Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Rozpoczynamy konferencję międzynarodową Społeczeństwo, Gospodarka i Finanse w obliczu zmienności rynku i demografii. Serdecznie i bardzo miło nam Państwa przywitać, zgromadzonych tutaj stacjonarnie w sali notowań GPW, jak również tych uczestników, którzy będą nas oglądać przez internet. Witam serdecznie, mam nadzieję, że będą Państwo się dobrze bawić i dużo wiedzy Państwo zdobędą podczas dzisiejszych paneli. Witamy w imieniu organizatorów PFR Portal PPK oraz Giełdy Papierów Wartościowych, a także Fundacji GPW. I dziękujemy serdecznie za wsparcie naszym patronom honorowym, czyli Ministerstwu Rozwoju i Technologii, Ambasadzie Brytyjskiej, Zakładowi Ubezpieczeń Społecznych oraz partnerom wydarzenia, jak i tym patronom oczywiście medialnym. Celem konferencji, przypominamy, Społeczeństwo, Gospodarka i Finanse w obliczu zmienności rynku i demografii jest przybliżenie przez międzynarodowych ekspertów europejskich systemów długoterminowego oszczędzania oraz przedstawienie perspektyw rozwoju produktów oszczędnościowych. To jedyna w Polsce konferencja umożliwiająca międzynarodową współpracę i wymianę doświadczeń w zakresie systemów emerytalnych.
Of experience in such wide scope, which is why we are very happy to have you today. My name is Marta Piasecka. I'm a journalist for the Polish television and the Polish radio, and we are going to officially open the conference. The chairman of the board, Robert Zapotoczny, the president of the board of PFR Portal, is going to open the conference. Good morning, hello and welcome everyone on behalf of the management board of PFR Portal PPK and Warsaw Stock Exchange. I have the pleasure to present and open today's conference. I would like to thank you for being with us in this very special room of Warsaw Stock Exchange. Together we will be launching our conference. I would like to give very warm welcome to Professor Gertruda Uścińska. Director Eva Wendelterelawicz, representing the British Embassy. I know she's there in the room somewhere. I'm very happy that we've managed to bring together effectively and swiftly a conference that will facilitate exchange of information, that will create a platform for exchange of information about behavioral patterns, saving schemes, to draw conclusions that will inspire us to possibly implement changes or develop current solutions. I hope that today's conference will be very beneficial for everyone. We have been incredibly committed in its organization. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues who have spent time preparing this event for you.
Pana prezesa jeszcze później zaprosimy.
So we are going to invite Mr. Chairman later, and right now I would like to give the floor to Professor Gertruda Uścińska, the president of the Social Insurance Institution.
Wielce szanowni panie prezesie, szanowni
Mr. Chairman, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, being accountable for pension security of citizens, I highly appreciate exchange of information and looking into the future at pension schemes. I think it's a great possibility to structure certain issues. So what needs to be stressed today, right at the beginning of our meeting, is the fact that we need to come a long way because we need to diversify sources that will provide us with funds for the future. There is also a long way to go in terms of education. We need to educate the wide public about the source of pension. There are many obstacles and barriers around us, but they can be eliminated if we continue to discuss fundamental issues persistently and consistently. And one of such fundamental issues is the fact that in most EU countries, social security of people who are no longer working and are benefiting from pension is provided by the public system. Those systems provide up to 88% of funding or 84%. Our experts might argue that the situation is different in different states. Yes, the state is identifying and establishing pension schemes, is guaranteeing payment, but it's also creating terms and conditions for diversification of pensions. So there is an element for which employers are accountable, and we need to take up this challenge in the future, because what we are discussing today, who is getting pension benefits, you know, this is the after effect of the past. When we talk about demography, we talk about the things that happened several decades ago, which shaped the structure and today's system. And when we discuss today's demographic situation, it's going to influence situation for future generations. So these are obvious issues which yet need to be reiterated. Communication, education, these are key things, and I hope this conference is going to address all of them.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani
Well,
prezes.
thank you very much, Madam Professor, Professor Gertruda Uścińska. And right now, keynote speech, Bartosz Marczuk, Vice President of the Management Board to the Polish Development Fund. He will be later joined by Robert Zapotoczny. Okay, that's the remote. Hello. Hello and welcome. I'm very happy that we are meeting here with such august guests. Madam Professor, Mr. Chairman, obviously international expertise and exchange of information is pivotal for us in Poland. Why? Because we are in the midst, or rather we are nearing to the end of efforts on designing the pension scheme. We have this design in place, but in terms of diversification, there are still challenges ahead. A couple of words about the current system put in place in Poland and what has happened recently. As you know, back in 1999, a major reform was launched in the pension scheme. The main change introduced at the time was from defined benefits, we shifted towards defined contributions. So in a nutshell, the amount of pension depends on how much money you accumulate in your professional life, which is divided by life expectancy. That's the fundamental change brought back in 1999 in terms of public pensions. And at the time, in 1999, another pillar was introduced. The second pillar was meant in the long term to overcome the risk of longevity, open pension funds, and those changes were in fact never put in place. So right now we are saying, I'm going to repeat after Madam Professor, a key person in Poland responsible for social security, because it's the social insurance institution that is mainly responsible for paying pension schemes long-term until the end of life. So that's the system we have in place. But right from the very beginning, from 1999, attempts were made to encourage people and encourage employers to build additional savings. And in 1999, employee retirement plans were introduced, what means that willing employers may provide such benefits to employees. They may save additional money. In the noughties, individual retirement accounts were introduced. Later, individual retirement security accounts were introduced. And finally, in 2019, quite recently, the Polish Development Fund, PFR Portal PPK, the government decided to introduce employee capital plans, and we are accountable for implementing this program. And because in 2013 open retirement funds were in fact reduced, and a special slider measure was introduced, which is shifting responsibility and the accountability for long-term payments from open pensions funds to national insurance contribution. What means that the second pillar, or savings, individual savings, and the third pillar, or individual savings, rise in prominence. So how did we fare until implementation of employee capital plans? We did not really manage to encourage Polish citizens to accumulate additional savings. Why? There are many reasons. For example, our challenging history, lack of confidence, there were wars, turmoil, and assets were vanishing. We are learning the ropes of the free market since the 1990s, so we were not a very privileged society. We had not much money to save, and back in 2013, hit back the pension scheme very hard. The previous government nationalized money from open pension funds. In 1990s, when this scheme was introduced, there was a promise and claim that this is your private money. Well, the discussion whether this money was private or not continued. The Constitutional Tribunal finally resolved is not one's private money, but people believed otherwise. So until 2019, we were not very successful in encouraging people to collect additional savings, because there were no good products in place that could be offered to the public. And if you look at numbers, you see that the number of those additional accounts in 2090s stood at approximately 1 million. So back in 1999, individual retirement accounts, individual retirement security accounts, there is 1 million out of 16 million working people in Poland who are accumulating additional savings. And back in 2019, employee capital plans are introduced. It's a good product if you save 100 zlotys, another 100 zlotys will be paid by the employer. It's a solidarity-based saving plan. If I decide to save, I get additional money from the state and the employer. And in 2019, when this scheme is put in place, the number of people who are saving is beginning to balloon, and we are in the midst of auto-enrollment. I know that auto-enrollment and behavioral economy is one of the things you are specializing in. So we are currently in the auto-enrollment process, but it's fair to say that employee capital plans, and after the reform, we have more people enrolled to employee retirement plans, and as a result, there are 3 million people in Poland who are accumulating additional retirement savings, and this figure is growing. To cross the dots, because I was talking to Dan and I was showing him what we are doing currently, because the UK is doing the same thing. We also want to design and build in Poland the most advanced system to communication system, and we are working hand in hand with the Social Insurance Institution and the Ministry of Digitization, because it's going to be a one-stop shop for Poles. You're going to press the button on your smartphone to get comprehensive information where your savings are, what you may look forward to in the future, and interactively you can navigate the app. So right now, teamed up with Robert Zapotoczny and PFR Portal, we have put together a draft bill which is now discussed in the Parliament. Hopefully, it's going to be passed in August, and this system, central pension information, will be introduced in 2024. So all information about all pension and saving accounts you have are going to be available in a single touch point. So like Madam Professor said, this is going to translate into real-life diversification. People will know what are their bearings. They may decide to accumulate additional savings. They may opt out if they work illegally, for example.
So maybe they'll decide to change a strategy of theirs insofar as investments. Maybe they'll decide to work for a longer time because they'll see how much the system can reward them because as a result of working for more years. And this is the last slide, and I'm going to finish. I hope that Poland will have the state-of-the-art system, the best in the world. We have the ambitions for the system to be like that. Some countries are also implementing this. We've talked that UK is also at the moment of implementing such a project. So we encourage you, once we implement it, we will willingly share our experiences later. We would like to put it in the most popular app in Poland, used by about 10 million Poles. It's called M-Obywatel, M-Citizen, and we hope that this is going to be a big project of economic education, because people in general will be able to see what do they have, what they can count on, and what can they do. Summarizing, we've built already a very solid foundation, and we are saying what the system looks like. We have the public system, the first pillar, we have the system with the employer, the second pillar, and we have the system of individual savings, IKE and IKZ, so individual retirement accounts and individual retirement security accounts. We are trying to encourage Poles to use these solutions. Additional element of these incentives is the fact that we are building central retirement information. Thank you very much.
Zapraszam serdecznie.
Now I
Bardzo
would like to
dziękujemy panu prezesowi Bartoszowi
thank
Marczukowi. A teraz zapraszam pana prezesa
Professor
Roberta
Bartosz Marczuk, and now I would like to ask Mr. Robert Zapotoczny, CEO from PFR Portal PPK.
Bardzo dziękuję za
Thank you very much for the introduction and for the lecture by Mr. Marczuk. I hope that our guests from abroad especially understand now what are our plans and what does our system looks like, how does it function. I'll allow myself to say a few words about why and what for. On the slide, which is now displayed, you can see the replacement rate. This is a notion or a term or knowledge that we draw in big part from Madam Professor. Uścińska. She speaks about it very often. So the replacement rate, this is this expected retirement or pension after we retire, according to the last salary. Currently, people who retire are at the edge of the system of defined benefit and defined contribution. Very soon, in the 30s and 40s, people retiring will be fully dependent on the gathered capital. So defined contribution, not defined benefit. So currently, potential beneficiaries of the largest Polish social insurance institutions can count on 50% of their last salary. It's not so bad, but those among us who are present in the room, the youngest present in the room, have to understand that their future pension, so the one that they get in 30 years, will be about 24% of their last salary, which means that we have to be aware that if we don't use the tools that Mr. Marczuk explained in this very professional way. So if they see what they can count on and what they can benefit from, if we don't benefit from it, if we don't tap into it, if we don't take care of ourselves, we have to get rid of 75% of our income. Of course, the needs of a pensioner might be different from a person who's younger, has children to support, but these needs are similarly different. They often require more healthcare, or maybe we want to tap into some other things like traveling. So we need a system that will supplement future pensions. On this slide, this slide is a repetition of a slide that Mr. Marczuk mentioned. We see all systemic types of savings, like employee retirement plans, employee capital plans, individual accounts, individual retirement security accounts. So in total, we can see there is 1,300,000. And what's more, we don't know if it's the same person who had both individual retirement account, individual retirement security account, and employee retirement plan. In general, this is how much we've managed to gather throughout the last 20 years. Is that enough? Not. It's not. This curve shows us that until the end of February, because currently we are again in the process of subsequent auto-enrollment, that from 2020 to 2021 we have over 2 million of incremental people who are saving. What does it result from? It results from benefits that result from behavioral economy. This is the effect of the so-called nudging, where the state has created possibilities, pushed people, nudged people to save money together with the employer and with the employee fund. And thanks to that, we have the growth of number of people who are saving for their retirement. What does this give us? Or what does it give to a person who's saving money? Well, about 50% are our own contributions, so taken from our salary, but additional, almost 50%, is whatever is paid by the employer and by the state. At the end of February, we had over 13 billion of assets gathered. Now this amount is growing, and we'll be speaking about it in the nearest future. Insofar as, well, if we look at people who on average make 5,000 zlotys or was making 5,000 zlotys, such a person, if they just stayed, use the nudge, is working and is making the national average, we can say that after these 3 years of saving has on their account the full salary from before this period. So they received the double amount of their savings. So is it enough? Of course, it might be not enough, but this is a great impulse to try to start to save in other schemes. So here we see what does that look like. So in fact, we have 100%, up to 130%, depending on which age group we are in. Here, I would like to say a few words about special character of systemic savings at the workplace, which is a supplement to the retirement system, but it's not retirement scheme itself, because this is money that people have access to throughout the whole time. We had created the possibility of withdrawal of funds, for example, in case of the purchase of real estate. Almost 900 people have used this opportunity and paid out about 10 million zlotys. In case of serious illness, we can withdraw about 20% of the means. In case of the illness of the person who's saving the money or the members of family, we had about 128 such cases and over 300,000 funds paid. And we have also those already who are withdrawing funds after the age of 60. This is not a big number. This is about 7,500 people that have gathered already over 37 million zlotys. So this is under the systemic, this is already being paid out. This shows that people are really willing to enter the program, enter the scheme, and I would like to tell you how we are trying to support it. We have the company PFR Portal PPK, and we have, this is based on the law. We are responsible for the portal where all interested parties can find information on tasks and objectives. Last week, and I have to boast about it, we had 30 million displays of our portal. So we know that this is necessary. In January 2022, we were obliged to prepare a login service. So the beginning of the central retirement information. So every person who's saving money in PPK through M-Obywatel, so this national network, can log in and see how much money they've saved within employee capital plans, independent on institution where they are saving money. We carry out a lot of training courses and events that support these plans, and we are supposed to be the center of competence for future years. Almost 900 training courses that were carried out by the team of our trainers, supported by supplementary team that helps with all the activities related to the law about employee capital plans. But very many people participated in training, over 220,000, and they have given very high notes. And we know that 1 million people have logged in, so they saw how much money they have. So we are proud that we are needed, and I would like to thank all my colleagues from the company. I would like to thank all of them. So thank you very much, and I hope we will have a very fruitful discussion today.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Prezes Robert Zapotoczny.
Thank you very much. This was Robert Zapotoczny, CEO of
Rozpoczynamy pierwszą
PFR Portal
międzynarodową
PPK, and now we
dyskusję.
start the
Pierwszy
first
panel.
international
Proszę pana
discussion,
Jakuba
the first
Janasa,
panel.
przedstawiciela Investments and
I
Pensions
would like to
Europe.
ask Mr. Jakub Janas, journalist representative of Investment and Pension Europe, to introduce his guests.
I will switch to English right now. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jakub Janas, and I will be moderating the discussion panel on the pension challenges of today's world. Before I introduce all the guests, I simply want to remind you that please ask the questions, because we would love to, not only we want you to participate and hear what we want to say, but also we would love to hear a few words from you. The session will go for 60 minutes. We're going to have 3 sections. The first one will be about the demography, then system construction, and then engagement. And I also would love to thank the organizers for bringing this diverse group of speakers, because we're going to have experts from Turkey, from the Netherlands, from the UK, from Spain, from Portugal, from the UK. So it will be quite an interesting session. So without further ado, I would like to invite on stage Professor Gertruda Uścińska, the President of Social Insurance Institution. Thomas Post, Associate Professor at Finance at Maastricht University and Open University. Dr. Seda Peksevin, Founder and Principal of Pension Research and Consulting. Dr. Maria Mercè Claramunt Bielsa, Associate Professor at Universitat de Barcelona. Dan McLaughlin, Director of International at Smart Pension. And Professora Immaculada Dominguez Fabian, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Financial Economics and Accounting at the Universidad de Extremadura. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it's working. Beautiful. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for traveling from all over parts of Europe. I was thinking how to start the conversation, how to start this debate, and I realized that maybe we should start with the basic but not so basic topic of demography, especially how it is seen in different countries. And I would love to ask you a couple of questions on how it is in your country, or how it is in countries that you focus on in your research. And I was thinking about starting from the Netherlands, simply because I know it was ranked among first, or not, I think second best in the recent Mercer study when it comes to pension system. And I would love to, of course, Thomas, if you could comment on that, but also if you could tell us more how the society looks like. So what's the demography, and what is the replacement rate? Because it also might differ in Netherlands and in Poland.
All right. Now, already when we had the discussion beforehand, I was very afraid to appear here because many of the things I will probably talk about may seem from seeing from other countries quite boring, because we discuss a lot of luxury problems in the Netherlands compared to other countries. Yeah, so let's for example start with replacement rates, which usually are about the first pillar pension and second pillar pensions. The first pillar is a flat rate pay-as-you-go pension, so it doesn't matter whether you work or not, so it gives basic poverty protection, and we talk about roughly 1,500 euros, which is not too bad already. And then on top of that, it is at least 90% of the population is covered by occupational pension plans. They are funded schemes. And this together, we talk about replacement rates depending on the whole distribution, but 70% or sometimes on a net basis even higher. So we don't face these issues like in many countries that we have to be afraid that many people are starving in retirement because of a lack of resources.
Yeah, perfect. I was also thinking if you could tell more about your research at the Maastricht University. So I know you specialize in pensions. What about the research? What about the overall picture of the Netherlands in pensions?
Now, what I personally do, or colleagues at our faculty do, is we look at what I said, luxury problems, which is, for example, how to boost engagement. So that is like, how do you bring, when we saw just the idea of having a portal and having a platform, we do have that already since a couple of years. So there's a government portal for the first and second pillar. I saw already earlier, no, it does not include the other pillars, but they are not really relevant for us. Funds have similar pages, but very few people actually access those portals. So pension is a very boring topic. So what we work on is how to use nudging and behavioral economics, changing the text that we send to people to make them click on a link and at least log in once in a while to see how much they have, and to be, usually the case would be to be relaxed about their pensions.
So hopefully we'll not make this topic boring, as you mentioned. And I wonder how it goes in Turkey. Sarah, it's a pleasure to welcome you here. If you could just say a couple of words about yourself, about your business, and I know also that you specialize in emerging markets.
Thank you so much, Jakub. First of all, hello everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and thank you so much to the PFR Portal PPK team and organizers for their invitation to this special event. I am Seda Peksevim, founder and managing director at Pension Research and Consulting. First of all, before moving to our discussion, I want to tell you a bit more about Pension. As Pension, we aim to promote research and consulting projects about pension funds, particularly in emerging market countries, a much very neglected topic indeed, including Central Eastern European and Latin American ones. Under Pension, we have 4 main research topics to investigate. The first one is the optimal design of mandatory and auto-enrollment pension systems in emerging markets. As a second point, we focus on the design of life cycle funds under human capital risk. Thirdly, we concentrate on behavioral and technological tools to promote pension savings. And as our last main research topic, we aim to develop some benchmarks in evaluating the performance of pension funds. So hopefully my perspective about emerging markets pension funds will contribute to today's discussion panel. And I want to indeed start from the general picture of population aging in emerging markets. I think I have a slide, Jakub, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like to discuss it now, or would you like to just do an introduction? I think we can show it.
Okay.
Absolutely. So if we can just move to... Yeah, I think
yes, this picture. So indeed, today every country in the world is suffering more or less from the population aging. Indeed, most studies emphasize the criticality of this trend for developed countries, such as the UK, Japan, and Germany. But developing countries, the older populations in developing countries will rise at a faster pace than developed ones. So, for example, developing countries are expected to shift from younger to older age groups within 25 years, whereas a similar process took over 150 years in some of their developed counterparts. So, as a result of this rapid aging, it's expected that 2/3 of the world's older population will reside in developing regions by 2050. Here I put this figure to illustrate the population aging phenomena in developing countries. As you can see, in terms of old age dependency ratios, which indeed presents the ratio of number of elderly population to the number of working age population, the highest value and growth are expected in Korea, whereas the lowest value and growth are expected in Nigeria. Overall, there is substantial heterogeneity in terms of old age dependency ratios in developing countries. So most Central Eastern European countries such as Slovenia, Poland, Croatia, Lithuania, Czech Republic, as you can see, are expected to have old age dependency ratios 2 times more than the world average by 2050. Whereas when we look at the Asian states and Latin American countries, old age dependency ratios are expected to amplify by more than 2 to 3 times between 2018 and 2050. So only countries at the pre-transition phase or early stage of the demographic transition process, such as African countries and South Asian countries, seem to still benefit from low old age dependency ratios, particularly due to their favorable fertility rates. So when we look at this overall picture, except South Asian and African ones, all countries will suffer more from the population aging, more than developed countries and the world average.
Were you surprised by these results? I'm just curious. Was there anything that actually surprised you that you didn't expect when you were getting through the numbers?
Yes, because indeed my focus was much more on developed countries' population aging. But when I look at the figures and when I put this world average here, I see that particularly the countries, Central Eastern European ones and Latin Americans, who are at the advanced stage of their demographic transition process, are expected to have very high level of old age dependency ratios by 2050.
Okay, so that's also a conclusion for us. I know you have another slide, or would you like?
System construction.
Okay, so in this case, Maria, how are you? I know that you have also slides, but I wanted to ask you if you could share with us what do you do, what do you specialize in, what's your focus, and then we can move to.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for having invited me in this fantastic session. And then I come from the University of Barcelona, and at this university we have a research institution which is called the Observatory of European System of Complementary Social Pension Plans. And then I'm the president of the scientific committee of this organization. And then one of our last studies has been, that we are just finishing, is a white book about the development of the complementary social pension plans in Catalonia. And then I will show you some of the figures. And we have conducted 2 different studies here in this white book. The first one relates to some questions, a prospective analysis. Then we have asked some questions to a long list of specialists in this subject. And the second study that we have conducted is a survey between workers and employers. And I would like to mention just that I'm also an actuary. Then my field of expertise is pensions, life insurance, and non-life insurance, also from a technical point of view.
Perfect. Oh, yeah, it's working right now. So about demography, I know that you focus in your research on comparing different figures when it comes to demography from different countries. Would you like to comment on that right now?
Yes. Well, what we have found is that longevity is an heterogeneous phenomenon, and with 2 sources of heterogeneity between countries and between sexes, and it also evolves over time. Then we have considered life expectancy, which is the most common indicator of longevity, and it gives the expected number of years of remaining life for a given age. Then I am going to present you some figures about life expectancy at birth and also at 65, which is really important for pensions. Then, let me... Okay. Yes, this is the first figure. Then this slide shows figures of life expectancy at birth. That's the expected number of years of life for a newborn in 1990 and 2030. In orange-brown, you have women, and in light blue, dark blue, you have men. Then here you have 82 countries that are ordered regarding its life expectancy at birth in 1990, and then connect it with the life expectancy of a newborn in 2030. Then, for instance, in 1990, Japan is the country with greater life expectancy at birth, 82 years for women and 76 years for men, whereas Angola, with only 47 for women, and Uganda, with only 41 for men, are the countries with the fewer life expectancy. And for instance, in 2020, 5 countries have life expectancy at birth less than 50, whereas 13 countries have a life expectancy greater than 80. This is for women, and for men, only 3 countries have a life expectancy at birth greater than 75. Then all countries will see an increase in this life expectancy at birth, except South Africa for women and Ukraine and South Africa for men, following our projections. And for instance, in 2030, Hong Kong will have a life expectation at birth of 90 and for women and 85 for men. Yeah? And Spanish, for instance, is in this ranking is in the 5th position in 1990 for women, and in position 15 for men. And Poland was in position 42 for women and 51
I
for
wanted
men.
to actually ask you about it. It's about the conclusions for Central Eastern Europe. So how does it compare to other countries? Or were there any interesting observations that you noticed when you were analyzing countries from this region?
Well, for instance, let me show you. This is the map for women regarding our projections. Then you see in this study that, excuse me, this is for men, this is for women, yeah? Women, this is women, yeah? And then you see that we have built clubs of countries that has behavior regarding longevity that is similar, not only regarding life expectation, but other indicators, such as life expectancy at 65, and also one indicator which is called life preparancy that has been mentioned by the Society of Actuaries. And then you see in this slide that, women and men, that in fact these clusters tend to resemble to continents, yeah, in 20 and 30. And one thing is that is interesting also, that if we look at the whole map of the countries, they tend to converge when you look at the indicators of longevity at birth, but they tend to diverge when you look at indicators at 65. Then there is a different behavior.
I understand. All right. I would like to go right now to Professor Uścińska. And we just had a presentation, or we just had some thoughts shared from Netherlands, from developing countries, from Spain, but not only from Spain, because of course you covered different countries. I wanted to ask you how these demographic trends compare or relate to the Polish case. Especially, I'm not sure if you would be able to, but I'm really personally interested how the current migration topic, of course, migration until the war. Right now we have refugees. I wonder how it impacts our demography.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. I would like to say in English and Polish because of the conference in the Warsaw. I will start in English. I'm looking on this question on the 3 points. This is the population aging, impact on financial stability of the Polish old age insurance, old age system, and the very important, I think, this is adequacy old age pension. The second, this is life expectancy and how it affects in pension in Poland, and today, especially in our situation, this is the migrants aspect, and in the point of the Polish social security regulation, and the same in the consequence of the labor market. And so, if you're looking to the demography in the Polish, procesy demograficzne dzisiaj trzeba jasno.
Demographic processes, we have to say it clearly. We have to evaluate mainly from the time perspective, because today we are talking about demographics, about important demographic processes which have happened in the post-war demographic high that was in the 80s and demographic low that was between the 20th and 21st century. And we have to know how to look at it. Whatever happened there, today I see the functioning in the security of the retirement system, retirement schemes. I see the need for diversification for subsequent generations. The second remark is that in Poland we are seeing, after the start of the transformation and civilizational changes, so since the 90s actually, that the average life expectancy is prolonged. This is a process. So today, we can see that this process has been stopped during the pandemics. And yeah, this is what happened, that after the first year of the pandemics, people in the age of 60 and 65 years old, this is the retirement age, their life is shorter by 2 years. So we went back to 20.
W kolejnym roku cofnęliśmy się do 2004 roku. Ale dzisiaj musimy powiedzieć, że
the next year it was 2004, but today we know that the life expectancy for previous year, that the tendency is to prolong it. So we are going back to the prolonging of life expectancy and migration. The Polish system of insurance and labor market is very open, and I'm not speaking about European states only, but first of all, we have in the system the citizens, third state citizens. This is 1,100,000. This is a database. This is not about refugees and stateless persons, but this database and the dynamic of people on the database is growing significantly since 2014. So from the beginning of the war in Ukraine, because in 2008 we had about 16,000 foreigners, and today we have 1,100,000, and over 700,000 are Ukrainians, and they're not refugees, just to make it clear. So this dynamic is really huge, and we need to take this into consideration in today's situation of the labor market and in the future obligations of the social security system. And the second thing that we need to take into consideration today is the war in Ukraine. We have about 11 million refugees in Poland, 8.6 million left, but in the database we have about 1,600,000 in the database of registering these refugees and stateless people. Half of them are women, half of them are children, school-aged, and about 500,000 women are active economically, so they do pay contributions and taxes. This is a phenomenon. This is a different structure of migration compared to any that we know from research before that, but also a completely different situation from the point of view of the labor market and social security. Concluding, the participation of foreigners in the total number of insured in Poland is about 5%. This is 16.5 million people in health insurance. The amount of contributions is about 3.9%. And the total of contributions last year was over 360 billion zlotys. Yes, foreigners have the right to benefits, but this is about 1% of the expenditure that we have in the gigantic budget of National Health Fund and in social insurance institutions. So this is just about 1%. So we have to look at demographics today that, first of all, whatever has happened in the past gives us the consequences insofar what give to whom. Whatever is happening today will impact the future. And of course, we'll be also speaking about the issues of the structures of the retirement system, and we will pay attention to the need of diversification.
I wanted to kind of point that topic because when I was analyzing the figures in Polish auto-enrollment in PPK, I also realized that there was a quite interesting substantial number of migrants also paying to the system. So I was wondering how it goes with ZUS. And as you said, Professor Ruścińska, it's something around 1% of the current expenses of ZUS, but it will be changing in the future. So it's good that we are discussing it right now because it will be changing. The structure of our society is changing, and I think that we should simply embrace it and create new systems and new solutions for that. And with a very focused insights from Poland, I would like to move to Dan McLaughlin right now. I know you've been to China recently, and it wasn't holiday, it was business. And I wanted to ask you, because of course you're British, your organization creates the pension system, or it's one of the vital elements of the pension system in the UK. I was wondering whether you've had so many observations when it comes to demography between the UK and China.
Hello everyone, great to be here. First thing, I've just noticed on the list that I'm the only one without a PhD, so I'm definitely in awe of everybody else on this panel. I need to go back to school. And it's great to see so many familiar faces, Robert and his team, and some new faces, and colleagues and friends at the British Embassy. And it's always great to be in Poland, obviously our dear friends in the UK. So yes, I went to I'll just quickly who we are. So yeah, we are a kind of UK global fintech, but we're quite strange or unique in that in the UK we have our own registered and authorised pension fund, a master trust. So like Nest, which you'll probably know, we're the same as Nest in the market. The master trust model, delivery model, is quite prominent in the UK now. So we have a million people in our master trust, about 100,000 employers of all different sizes, from one-person employers to multinational corporates with 10,000 employees in the master trust. But what we did when we launched on the back of auto-enrollment in the UK in 2015 was to build our own technology platform. So it was quite a unique view of looking at pensions, whereby the people the CTO and the people designing the technology were from an e-commerce background. They would focus on APIs and how to do all the work, and humans do less, which is, pros and cons to that argument, but separate argument. And so what was built was essentially a defined contribution retirement platform that would administer workplace pensions. So the second pillar or third pillar, it depends how it's constructed different in Poland, but broadly exactly the same thing. So all the things, all the onboarding for employers, apps for employees, payroll integrations, record keeping, investment, all automated, leading to kind of 80 or 90% efficiencies on the legacy model. So we roll that out around the world, and we also, because of that, it's an interesting crossover into the Chinese point around where technology and regulatory reforms have started to cross over or become the same thing, whereby technology can enable policymakers and ministers to think about the art of the possible and not restricted by the systems in place in a country. You can really push the boundaries. And in China, the striking thing, I think, and I'll reference Professor Dong in Beijing, was that he gave a great presentation, and he's an authority on demographics in China and provides reports into the Chinese authorities, was that last year was the first year that the Chinese population shrank. And the projections, there's a number of projections, but the academic projections, which is a really good piece of work, suggests that 200, 300, 400 million decrease in the Chinese population. So in terms of the fundamental similarities, it feels. We were saying last night over dinner, you could change the square brackets of the country, and we were talking about Slovenia and China, and you could have a piece of paper describing the problem you're trying to solve, and you wouldn't know which country it was because they're all facing the very similar problems. So I think the overriding conclusion, even though they're at early stage of their kind of pension system design in China, was that fundamentally they are solving exactly the same problems that we're all trying to solve in this room today.
All right. I was thinking, because right now we're going to move to INMA, and especially the discussion about the Spanish social security system. But I can hear in all your presentations or your conversations that because of different migration trends, but also because of longevity, we have to rethink how we construct our social systems. And I was just thinking, because please do remember, you can ask questions, and you can do it any time. And I wanted to kind of do a little game to see what you think about it. I wanted to ask you, and you don't have to shout, you can just raise your hands, about the longevity. So how long you actually expect to live. I'm just curious, especially because you know the trends. You are not only here, I have experts, but also experts are listening to us. And I wanted to give you 3 options, and you can just raise your hand because I'm curious how it will also compare to the figures you read in your survey. So it's 70, it's 80, and 100. And I wonder, what do you think? What will you choose? So who would just think that 70 will be enough for them? Okay. Nobody. Okay, that's a very good 80. Somebody for 80. My God, and 100. And 100. 90? Okay, so I can clearly see that. Very, very good point. So I can see that 90, okay, 80, 90, 100 is something that is popular. And let's go back to Spain right now. So I was wondering, how do you? I believe also that in Spain you also have people live longer. How does it impact the system?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be today here and to be in Poland. It's a nice country, and thank you, and the opportunity to speak with my colleagues. My research, I am from Spain, from the University of Extremadura in the south, with sun, and this is a good reason for our expectation of life. My research is about the social security, mainly. And I think that is very important to analyze all, not only the social security and not only the private, the complementary system. Because if really the government and the countries decide perfectly in relation with adequacy, with equity, with contributing, and in this case, the longevity will be a problem. The problem is that the deceit is not so good, because you know that the social security system is about pay as you go, and the age of retirement is the main barrier for to change. All of us want to retire as soon as possible. You can see the case of the French, the big problem, the politician problem, and the social problem that imply the change of the retirement. And we are working in my team around 20 years ago about the problem of the social security. I don't know if it's a good news or bad news. It's a good news because we have a big work, because we continue to work in relation with it, but it's a bad news because we don't obtain that the system change, and the system is really designed with a good term in relation with the sustainability and the solvency. And if you can, okay, I would like to show a little some information about the Spanish pension system, because I believe that Spain is the country that has the more problem with the longevity and the bigger problem with the solvency of the system. We have a pay-as-you-go system, and we main characteristic is that we have a high replacement rate. Before reforms of 2011, we have a replacement rate close to 19. This is too much, and this implies that our system is perfectly in relation with the adequacy, because all the people receive a good pension, but logically we have a problem with the solvency of the system, because the contribution is not really find the seat. And after reforms, we reduce a little, and I believe that it will be necessary that the reducing continue. And we have a big problem in relation with the longevity, because now we have around 9 million pensions. But in 2015, we will have 60 pension. And this may be perfect and okay, or the people is retirement is a good news. But the problem is that not only the longevity is the problem of the aging of the population, because we have the number of the workers don't increase like the pension number. You can appreciate the number, and for this we have a big risk. We have in Spain a best practice. This best practice is the reserve fund. This is a system that when you have income and you don't have deficit, you can pass this money, and is a good idea. But the problem is now this reserve fund is disappeared in this moment. And is a problem too that the deficits increase and increase. So that only in 29, our deficit is around 16 million. But only 3 years after is the double. And this increase and increase because, like in another country, we are beginning the baby boom in the retirement system. And if you see, you can appreciate the deficit. Here, you appreciate, like in another country, I imagine the effect of the COVID. It's okay, it's normal that the Social Security has to expenditure more money in one moment because, of course, it's the COVID and we need money. no problem with it because it's a punctual problem. But our main problem is that the debt continue and continue. You can appreciate is so much the amount of the deficit. And in Spain, our main economic problem is the social security. And because you can appreciate here the debt that increased and increased after the 2018, and we continue because the people inside of the social security system. You have in another graphic the projection of the aging report, and you appreciate that the public pension in relation with the GDP is important, you know, in relation with the GDP, the amount, this increase and increase. But in this calculus is before 1929, sorry. And in this moment, one reform, a nice reform, an automatic reform is in this calculus, but this reform now is disappeared because the government changed. I decided change the politician, and now the prevision, the projection is that the expenditure in relation with the GDP is 16, is increased a lot because they changed completely the calculus. And for this, we are working in the. It's really that there isn't a best solution. Nothing is magical, of course. In this problem, but we are work a lot in the national account system because I am completely sure that is the best solution because they allow, the system allow the pay-as-you-go. It's okay, the pay-as-you-go, because you are in the public system, but it's very, very important, the calculus, the relation between contribution and the pension. And it's the best form to avoid the problem on the longevity.
I was quite surprised that you had such a high replacement rate, because I think that was something like 60%. Did you compare it to also other countries? I know that, Professor Rusinska, you mentioned that it will be, when I will retire one day, when I will be 100, it will be something like 25%. So I'd rather be in Spain when I'm 100.
The replacement rate is not a problem at the beginning. If the calculus is okay, if your contribution is in relation with your pension, it's okay, no problem with the replacement rate. The problem is the internal return of the relation between the contribution and the pension.
Absolutely.
And in our country, we have a big problem too, because this interest rate is bigger than the increase in the GDP. If you obtain a good relation, because it's okay if you pay, if you make a high contribution, it's perfect that you receive a good pension. But in our case, not is the situation.
It makes sense. Before we jump to the next section, I wanted to ask our speakers whether you would like to comment on anything that was said when it comes to the Spanish case or the Dutch case or generally emerging markets. Would you like to add anything? If not, let's just move to the second part, which is about system construction. And let's do a similar round as we did a moment ago. We'll start with Thomas. I remember, Thomas, when we spoke before the event, you said something which I really liked, which you said that when it comes to the Dutch pension system, I quote, the right decisions were taken decades ago. And that, of course, referred to public policy and how the government worked with unions and with workers. I was wondering if you could comment on that, because I believe that the main challenge with pension reforms, and we can see it also, well, not far from here, in France, for example, that they don't always work as they were designed or as they were planned. So what happened exactly in the Netherlands that it's a really positive case when it comes to pension system?
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. It's a bit speculative, of course, but what I try is to understand myself, the Dutch system, now living there since 13 or 14 years by now, and especially also contrasting it with where I'm from, which is Germany. And there are a couple of things that I observe or seem to observe, and the whole discussion about the pension system, for example, seems to be less political in a sense. So that's something. Of course, we do have political parties, they have different opinions, But my feeling is the Dutch way of solving problems is first of all to sit together and say, what's the problem? For a moment, ideology on the side, and then let's think about a good solution for the problem in the first place. And then maybe at some point, there's
No politicians then.
politicians also step in, but pensions is not a topic for elections. There's no politicians coming.
Absolutely.
And it's not like we get an election campaign, let's increase pensions.
The Paris today was happened, yes.
And also the discussion in this Western European country, recently we don't understand, so in a sense, because the way is if we live longer, well, we either decrease pensions or we work longer. So that's seems to, from my Dutch perspective, a no-brainer.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree with you. I was wondering, you mentioned, of course, that the pension topic isn't very political. No, sorry, it is political, but it isn't very for elections because, as you said, the results we're going to see in many, many years. I remember that there was a case of negotiations with unions when we spoke. If you could just develop that, because I think that's quite interesting, especially as we see the current trends in Europe, and not only in Europe, that we are, we don't really participate in unions, and this could be a vehicle or an agent which could help to negotiate better solutions.
It's interesting. I think I never imagined that at some point I'd be at the stage defending labor unions, but in this case I have to, because the way...
It's not legal question because we have the treaty regulation and the secondary law and decided about the national position, about our pension scheme. This is dependent on... Okay. I think this is not a legal question because if you're looking to the EU regulation, what happened in our country dependent of our country, because we have the treaty regulation, secondary regulation about the free movement of the person, of the workers. And if you're looking to the pension scheme, we need the secondary regulation, the special regulation in the context of the coordination between my pension scheme and the right of the pension in your country. This is different position in the legal point.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, right now I know that the European Commission is working on something called the European Tracking System, which simply means that is different, but I wanted to reference that.
And it will be very difficult. I can just imagine, just when flying here, I had to read a PhD thesis on something like that. I have to evaluate that one. And this author only compared the Dutch and the German system, and that already turned out to be an extreme challenge. So.
And this is a fantastic fantastic point about comparing only two countries. But with you said that you've been comparing many countries. I mean, all the emerging markets. So I know that you specialize in the topic of auto-enrollment in emerging markets. What kind of conclusions you managed to get?
I have slides indeed again.
Absolutely. Let me just give you the clicker. 1 second. Much.
Great. Okay, before moving to auto-enrollment process in developing countries and developed ones, I want to present you the general picture of about pension fund size in emerging markets, developed countries and developed ones. As you can see, pension fund size measured by pension funds assets as a percentage of GDP is about 70% in developed countries, whereas it's only about 20% in developing countries. So when we look at the regulations, indeed, many developing countries, like developed countries, have already introduced tax incentives, financial incentives, generous state incentives, and financial education policies to promote pension savings. But as research studies, both in the academia and grey literature, also industry research, shows that unfortunately, these interventions remain limited to promote pension savings in developing countries. So as a result, also developing countries have introduced auto-enrollment process. I'm sorry if there are some mistakes and change regulations about these parameters, but here I summarized main parameters of auto-enrollment systems in developed and developing countries. I do not want to summarize the developed ones' experience because they are too much successful indeed in New Zealand and the UK particularly. But when we look at the developing countries' experience, as you can see, starting from Chile in 2012, Chile is the first emerging market country who introduced auto-enrollment process for self-employed workers. But unfortunately, the opt-out rates are about 75% according to OECD statistics. Then I want to mention briefly the Brazil case because it's really interesting. In Brazil, there is a plan called FANSPRESP. And they switched this scheme from opt-in to auto-enrollment scheme, and they reduced opt-out rates from 70% to 14% with this change. Brazil is the only emerging market country I can say that the opt-out rates are so low under auto-enrollment system. Then my country, Turkey, introduced auto-enrollment in 2017 for employees under the age of 45. We have no employer contributions. Employee contributions are at 3%. The opt-out rate is 2 months. We have generous state subsidies. And differently from many developing countries, our default fund is not a life cycle fund. You can either choose interest-bearing or interest-free funds. Our default fund management fee is about 0.85% of total asset under management, but unfortunately the opt-out rates are around 60%. In 2019, 3 Central Eastern European countries, Poland, Lithuania, and Georgia, introduced auto-enrollment system, and you can see the parameters here. Indeed, in Georgia, employee, employer, and state contributions also exist. And in all these 3 countries, life cycle funds are introduced as default funds. Here I want to emphasize an important point for both developed and developing countries indeed. Life cycle funds only consider the age parameter. So as you age, your equity exposure decreases in the design of life cycle funds. But it's so important that other socioeconomic demographic characteristics, such as human capital, should be also considered in the design of life cycle funds, what we are also working in Pension. Because if you do not consider human capital, labor income profile of different countries, its riskiness, and the correlation of human capital with stocks, then you cannot design a perfect life cycle funds from the perspective of both academia and practical side. So I want to mention this case, the importance for default fund options in auto-enrollment process. And as you can see, except Brazilian case, also from statistics shows from Poland and Turkey and Chile shows that the opt-out rates are really high. So also I could not add Slovakia case here, but Slovakia also introduced auto-enrollment at the beginning of the year. So we are waiting for the results from them also.
I wanted to ask about, when it comes to the comparison between these countries, about the construction of auto-enrollment, because I know that you specialize in that, and that's why I asked Thomas on your right about the impacts of politics and the way how we construct the system. Have you noticed anything interesting, for example, any changes between these auto-enrollment results, for example, between how it was implemented in Brazil or in Turkey?
Indeed, I really want to also investigate the case of Brazil, but I could not find any detailed sources about FANSPRESP plan because it's really interesting, Jakub. So only emerging market country which switched from opt-in, opt-out scheme and then reduced the opt-out rates is Brazil. And in many cases, it's not an example of a developing country case. So I want to try also find some resources from the regulatory authorities to make some detailed analysis. And in Turkey, I think, and in Central Eastern European countries, the automatic enrollment process is very similar, indeed. Only we have no life cycle funds in the default fund option. Maybe we do not have employer contribution, but Poland has, for example, employer contribution. We have instead of have state contributions. But as I previously mentioned, these financial incentives incur substantial burden on the government's budget and have only limited effectiveness in promoting pension savings.
Absolutely.
So I think auto-enrollment policy is not a lifeboat solution for emerging markets pension systems, and we need some behavioral and technological solutions to complement auto-enrollment in emerging market countries.
This is a really good conclusion in a way that it shows that there isn't, I mean, it's obvious that there isn't one perfect solution, but every change has to be taken also, it has to take also in the account the current situation in a given country. So absolutely right. And going right now from the macro view into one country specific, I wanted to ask about Spain, about Maria. I know that you recently published or co-published the white book about complementary provisions in Catalonia. It was done with I mean, in your survey you interviewed, you spoke with business owners in Catalonia. If you could share some conclusions from this survey.
Yes. Okay. Then first. Well, let me first show you the answers of our collective of experts. Then we have asked them for some prospective analysis following the Delphi method. And then we put them the question, which of the following two trends do you think will prevail in the philosophy or conception of public provision, there is an error, by the social security system for the next 8 years? Yeah? Environment. And then we presented them two extreme scenarios. Scenario A, then think that the public system will guarantee a minimum provision, leaving the rest as a complement to private initiative. And the other extreme scenario is that the public system will try to satisfy all of the forecasting needs of the population. And then they have to choose between 1 for the scenario A, at one extreme, and 5 for the other extreme scenario. And then they have to choose in general, only regarding to pensions, only regarding to healthcare, and only regarding dependency, because in Spain this is covered by the social the public system. And then, as you see in the slide, almost the 60% of the experts think that there is a tendency, the philosophy is to try to satisfy all of the forecasting needs of the population, not at the other side. Then they think that this is the most. Only just in dependency that this percentage is 45. Yeah? And then, looking to the survey of employees and workers, yeah, then concentrated in occupational retirement provision. Then here this is a survey, and you see in color the answers of employer and in blue the answers of worker. And for instance, you see that the 31% of employers think that they do not consider appropriate for their company to implement occupational retirement provision. Yeah? Whereas this percentage is only that 12% of the workers. Then regarding to sectoral collective agreements, that relates to his comments, the 90% of the workers consider that the implementation of the occupational retirement provision through sectoral collective agreements is a way for developing this question in Spain, and only the 50% of employers think this. And regarding if they are in favor or not that the companies are being obliged by law of incorporate this occupational retirement provision, and this is a not surprising answer, only the 8% of employers think it's okay, and the 88% of workers think that this would be fantastic. And the 85% of the employers believe that implementing the occupational retirement provision improves the link between workers and the company, but only the 20% of the employees took into account the company's ORP, or occupational retirement provision, when they joined the company. Then we see here the different opinion of employers and workers. Then, in fact, we only find that this occupational retirement provision is not an issue, that this issue is not among the priorities of Catalan employers.
Can I ask you a question? So when it comes to businesses that try to get new employees, do they use it as a benefit or as something that they could say that we do it? Because if 85% of respondents said that it's something beneficial, I imagine that I was surprised that only 20% are actually looking at that.
Yes, this is a contradiction. This
Okay.
is not, yes, but is what they have answered. Yeah, they, in theoretical point of view, they think it's good,
Absolutely.
but they do not ask really when they are going to get an employment. They do not look at this part.
It is something I'm going to ask Robert later when it comes to how it goes with Polish companies, because I know that it could be presented as a very interesting benefit. All right. Is there any other slide? Because
No, but I have just to
Absolutely.
include one general comment. Only the 60% of the employers surveyed in this survey have implemented some form of occupational retirement provision. And the reason why the rest of the employers have not implemented, as mentioned by the employers, are in the first position, the lack of tax incentive. More than that 50% justify the non-implementation of this kind of instrument by insufficient fiscal incentive. The second reason is the complication of its implementation. This is important in Spain. And the last one is the increasing wage costs it entails.
Perfect. We are still in Spain, and I wanted to move to Inmaculada. I know that you specialize in the current Spanish pension reform, and I wanted to ask if you could, if you saw similar trends in your research.
Yeah, we analyzed too the regulation and the change in relation with the complementary system. Here you can see the people, the population with collective and individual retirement saving product, and the most important on this graphic is to see the people that is without system. Around that is 70%. And this is logical with the information that I told before, the high replacement rate, because if you pay your contribution and you have a good pension, public pension, you are okay, and it's not necessary. It's difficult to say. Imagine if you have and this situation. The problem in Spain is not only the high replacement rate, it's the information about the solvency of the system, because the politician, all the politicians, depending of the right or the left, in Spain we have 9 million vote of the age people, and this is very important for the election, and is difficult to change the system and to try to reduce the public pension, and at the end it's so difficult that the people decided to contract individual or collective product. But you can appreciate in this graphic that although it's difficult, it's more easy, and the people has individual, from the individual point of view, the third pillar, the people in Spain decided to save better than in the collective part. She presented the information about Catalonia, but it's really that Catalonia is a privileged part of with a big business, but normally in all the country we have a medium business that is a problem for these companies to decide a pension plan. And for this, the government decided to change the rules for the pension plan. And you know that it's very, very important, the fiscal incentive, because we can think that it's nice to save for the retirement, but if you don't receive some prime now, it's impossible that you decide it. And before the 2021, in Spain, it will be possible to make contribution around 10,000 euros, and independent than you want. If you want in the individual or if you want in the collective. It would not necessary that the employer pay with you. It's free, and in this case you have a good incentive in your rate. But they are trying that all the people make contribution in the collective, not in the individual, in the second pillar. The government decided to limit the amount that you can contribution in the third pillar. And for this implies the result that you have here. The people, if you don't receive incentive, and it's impossible to contract and to pay, you decided, of course, reduce. And they are trying to incentivize the contribution with the second pillar, but it's necessary that the employer pay too. It's necessary. And in the situation that we now, it's impossible, because imagine the trade unions speaking with the employer, and he told, okay, I have this money, and if you prefer to increase the salary or to contribution for the pension plan. At the end, it's logical that the trade
Yes.
union decided is better with the CPE in this moment. It's so difficult. And for this, we have a problem too with the complementary system, because it's difficult with the regulation. I think that is a big mistake, because to limit the the government now think that is a fiscal cost, but I believe that it's better this fiscal cost, the incentive, for to improve the safe in the public in the private product.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I would like to move right now to Professor Uścińska, and I know that you will have a hard task because we discussed mostly the auto-enrollment, and that's not what you specialize in, obviously. But I wanted to ask about ZUS, and I wanted to ask about the actions. I know, of course, you are a big supporter of people contributing from the very start of their career, especially as if they don't, at the end, the replacement rate will be quite low. You mentioned that it might go as low as to 25% in 2060, I believe it was. How could you comment on that? Could you develop this thing, how to encourage people to contribute? I know it's an open question, but I wanted to see or hear it from you. How would you promote it? How would you encourage people to save?
Yes, I think I'm sure this is the question. This is the problem. Pension system construction. This is more important than another aspect. The first, because this is the question about the position of the state in the process of the guarantee social protection, guarantee income of this retirement age. And so if you're looking to the Polish process and in the process of the reform pension system construction, since 1999, I am sure that was a very important decision, reformed and introduced in define contribution principle, very important. And what we mean about this principle, this is the amount of benefit of a granted pension is strictly linked to the total pension capital and the life expectancy at retirement. What it is this notion, the total pension capital and life expectancy at retirement? This is the answer to your question, because this is very strictly linked between our contribution registered in our account and the second element, life expectancies. This is I am sure today, after this long period from 1999, this reform secured the financial stability of the Polish old age pension system. I am sure that therefore the population aging is not a great concern for financial stability of the system anymore. And what it is more important element of this construction, this is the, for example, indexation of this capital. This is the, and the same, not only this capital, but the same indexation of our contribution, because this is the long period of the accumulated of this capital. And the next point is I think a lot of the, we need a lot of the activity. If you're looking to the labor market, the process of the longer activity, this is the aspect of the retirement age. But what about this retirement age? I think this is, if you're looking to the legal position of this phenomenon of the retirement age, this is only right. This is only the right to the old age pension. This is not obligation. This is not obligation. And so if we're looking to the defined contribution, what is important in the effective retirement age, what we do and what we need to do in the in the retirement age. This is more important in the context of the amount of
Yes.
of this benefit. But the third remark, this is the if you're looking at the source of the income of Polish pensioners, and so if you're looking to the paid out by the state, this is about 88%. 84%, this is the benefit in the context of retirement age. And so this is my remark. We need the diversifier to the sources of this income today on the future. Because today this is the first of all obligation to the state. We need the different method of the guarantee of this element of the income of the citizen, and this is very important, and with another aspect of this discussion. If you're looking to the 27 EU member states, we have different model. On the one, this is the different defined benefit, defined contribution, or the mix. But if we're looking to the demography, the first point of our today discussion, if we're looking to the retirement age, and if we're looking to the retirement in the point of our rights, no obligation, yes, I think this is a better solution if we're looking to the defined contribution, and we need to look into the very strictly linked with the labor market. Because what about the base of the method of the financing of this pension right? This is the taxes regulation and contribution regulation. Yes. And so this is very, very strictly linked. But I am very positive in the context of this process about we decided from 1999 in the context of the future, of the aging population, etc. And now we need to diversify the sources of income or the age person. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that comment. I am, by the way, mindful of time, and I know. Oh, perfect. We have one question. So let's do it this way. I'm going to welcome one question. So I would like to ask for a microphone for this gentleman, and after the question, we're going to slowly go to the conclusion. Oh, sorry. May I have one more? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Marek Szczepański, Poznań University of Technology. My research focus are pension systems. So let me make some short comment. Very interesting discussion, international views about longevity risk. I just want to point out that there are two kinds of longevity risk: individual and group longevity risk. Group longevity risk is risk of trend, that people of certain demographic cohort will live longer than expected, and that public institutions or private institutions will have to pay lifelong payments longer and will have more obligation, more cost. But for me, the most important is individual longevity risk, and that people can outlive their pension savings. We agree that public pension systems will not provide enough money for old age people in the future because of
could I just ask you for a question? So sorry for that.
About aging. So my question is, what are international experiences in different countries about payout phase of your pensions? Do you have annuities or other solutions which can hedge this individual longevity risk? I know that annuities are not popular. How it looks like in your countries? Because in Poland, practically all additional pension products, individual and group additional pension savings do not provide annuities.
Okay.
How it looks like in your countries?
Do you have any specific country you'd like to?
Maybe starting from Netherlands, Spain.
I'm going to also take the second question, and then we're going to try to answer it, and then go to the conclusions, because I don't want to steal your coffee break.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. Yeah, I have two questions to Thomas and Dan, because like I mentioned, we are going to introduce this system, like a central information pension system, and you have experience already with this system. So like in Great Britain, this is also in progress, right? And in Netherlands, it's already done. So first question to Thomas is like, how many people use this platform? It's like in a labor market, for example, I don't know, 20 or 50% or something like this. And what is your experience after introducing this platform? Maybe, for example, you have noticed that more people, for example, decided to save some extra money in the third pillar or something like this. And to then about Great Britain, why did you decide to introduce this system, and what do you expect? Thank you.
I think the honest answer is we know very little how many people use the government portal. So it seems they're not sharing data with researchers. So we have some information for people that log in into their pension funds site, which only gives the pension from that fund plus the first pillar. And what we see, it's too little in general. We see at the age of 50, people start to log in and are interested, or if they buy a house, because then they have to deliver a pension overview to their mortgage provider. But generally, it's not what we would like to see, that early on people log in. You also asked about recommendations. So one recommendation would be don't try to start with the perfect dashboard. That's not necessary. That's also how we started. It only showed gross amounts, then it showed at some point net amounts. Now it shows scenarios. If you have something like a 95% or 10% quintiles. So don't start with the perfect solution in terms of risk communication, pension communication. Just get it started and then improve it over time. And it sounds like a no-brainer, but I'm also involved with the German government now in setting up the German dashboard, and it's a completely different discussion, because the German mentality would be we want to start with the perfect product, and then you never start. I mean, we will start. There's a law, but
Dan, if you could also comment on that.
No problem. Yeah. So you're correct. The dashboard is in development. So the regulations are still in draft, and there's a new timetable going to be announced in July this year, which means it's a delay. And with summer conferences and politics plus the parliamentary calendar, we'll see how far it pushes out. And you can ask. I'll give you privately over coffee. I might give you a different answer of why it might be have been delayed, but I won't say that here. So why? I mean, it's a mature system. The UK system, 3 pillars, has been around for a very long time. I've got 5 pensions. I'll probably end up with 10. So I'm a good use case in terms of I've got a state pension, which I've got my full social insurance contributions. I've got a defined benefit pension. I've got a career average pension. Then I've got a pure DC pension. Then I've even got a pension I didn't even know about when I was a student. I worked at called Norwich Union then, but now Aviva, car insurance and home insurance, getting some money for beers. And I had a pension. I didn't even know I had one. They wrote to me one day and said, you've got this really tiny, tiny pension. But it's a pension. So at the end of the day, it's needed to help people see easily. This is for people, right? To make people's lives easier. And that's what we should be doing at the heart of everything. And it's very much at the driver in the UK is the why is to make this simple for people. Because we have, whether by design or by accident, constructed a system which makes it difficult for people to navigate and consolidate, which you can do, but some funds can consolidate pensions quite easily. Some are less willing to do that because they see assets going out the door. So I know the government and the minister's not too pleased about that. And so the why is it's all about people. And the expectation over time would be that it'll start as a day one, covering the state pension and master trusts, so you'll get some good coverage straight away. But ultimately, it'll lead to pension and non-pension. Well, this is kind of the ideal pension and non-pension assets that people can see in one place. And this is me speculating, but similar to Australia, like a household view and things like that. So it's more relevant to actually people, to you trying to piece the jigsaw pieces together. How advanced can we be? I think the interesting point we were talking earlier is that I'm quite envious of what you were saying, because I think the pensions dashboard in the UK, there'll be essentially a government agency that's doing the architecture with industry, and they'll have their own dashboard. But third parties, such as an insurer, for example, once licensed by the Financial Conduct Authority, will be able to also have a version of the dashboard, which they can hook around possibly their own capabilities, modeling tools and all that stuff. But that's still in that pension context, so people still have to go on a journey to find it, as opposed to you were making a suggestion whereby it will be within the kind of, I guess, Polish citizen app or experience. If it's within that context, I expect that to be a fantastic take-up. And
I have to stop you here. The very last one, very quickly, payout pensions. Would you like to comment very quickly in one word, Inma or Maria?
I would like to answer to the Professor Marek in relation with the annuity. If our country, really the people prefer is clear to receive in capital when they is in the retirement age, and our fiscal regulation changes to try to avoid this. And we have in Spain too, all the people has a flat. The safe is in building, and the government decided the opportunity, the possibility to change when you sell your flat. You have the possibility to obtain a good fiscal incentive if you contract an annuity for your retirement. But it's true that the annuity in Spain, we have a big longevity risk, and for this is very, very expensive. And too, for the company, the requirement of solvency is increased if you have insured longevity. And for this is a big problem. Another possibility is a term annuity. I believe that is maybe a good solution to receive during the first years of the retirement the temporal annuity. We have a fiscal incentive too, and after receive all the public pension.
Can I add something? Let me add that in the market, and now, as she has mentioned it, the wealth of the families is concentrated on buildings. Yeah. Then they are trying to develop, for instance, other kind of products such as reverse mortgages. Yeah, in order to complement pensions, in order to liquefy. Yeah, and then perhaps this will increase in the United Kingdom. And I think that this is a big market. In Spain, it's really small, but they are trying from government. They are trying also to encourage that this kind of products. Yeah, and this will compensate. And in addition, also in the pension plans, the accumulated value when you have 65 in occupational pension plans is really few. And then if you convert it in annuity, it's €1 per year or €1 per month.
Thank you so much for that. I'm so sorry for running late. I know we're going to have a coffee break right now. I'm not sure if it's going to be half an hour. It's going to be a bit shorter. 5-10 minutes. So please enjoy your coffee. We're going to be back here around 12:15, and thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you so much once again for this interesting discussion. Teraz zapraszamy, szanowni państwo, na przerwę.
But right now it's a break. We are coming back here quarter past.
Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj.
to the room because we
Wszystkich Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Jeszcze będziemy czekać na
I would like to welcome everyone wholeheartedly. We will wait a little bit for those who are about to finish their coffee. And we can slowly start the next panel. I would like to ask Mr. Jakupianas, who's a journalist and representative of Investment and Pensions Europe. He will moderate the panel on behavioral economics in retirement awareness.
Zapraszam i proszę o przedstawienie
Please take the floor and introduce your guests.
So hello again. I know that some of you are still drinking your coffee, so I would love to invite you to come back because we're just about to start. And this session will be quite unique because we're going to talk about the behavioral economics. And I do believe that after the coffee, after the sweets and cakes, you will be full of energy to join us. And do remember to ask questions because this session is not only for us to talk between ourselves, but also to engage you. I treat you, the audience, as the extra panelist. And without further ado, discussion on behavioral economics in retirement awareness, 60 minutes. I'll try to be on time this time. We're going to discuss about anything from auto-enrollment pension schemes to the role of the auto-enrollment reform in Poland, and to also see how it goes in other countries. But most importantly, we're going to start to discuss the behavioral economics. So pretty much how we can create a system that impacts how we do, or we can be positively pushed into a good direction. And again, without further ado, I would like to invite the speakers on stage. We'll start with Robert Zapotoczny, CEO of PFR Portal PPK from Poland. Roberto Karasie, researcher at Vitalis Today for Tomorrow from Portugal. Žiga Vizintin, advisor to the board of directors of Pokojnicka Drużba pension company, author of the blog Irrational Retirement from Slovenia. Jose Enrique Villa Gisbert, University of Valencia, Center for Research on Economic and Social Behavior and Intelligent Data Analysis Laboratory. And Jesus Maria Garcia Martinez, founder of Reruns University of Barcelona, Spain. A big round of applause for them. One, two, one, two. All right, so it works. So welcome, and it's a pleasure to welcome you here from different parts of Europe. And as I said, we're going to start with behavioral economics because let's talk about science first and foremost. And when I spoke with you last week, I wanted to understand what motivated you to join the industry? What motivated you to work in that? And I wanted to start with Giga. I know that not only you advise to board of directors of one of the key players in Slovenian pension fund system, but also you have personal interests in understanding why people save up for retirement, why people don't. So I wanted to start the conversation with the opening question: why people don't save up for retirement based on your numbers and on your experience?
Thank you, Jaco, for your question, and thanks for the invitation to share my views. Well, yes, you've said it correctly. There are more reasons why people don't save for retirement that they do. When I started in this business more than 10 years ago, I'm by nature more of saving inclined, but we're a minority. And when I started, I was say, banging my head, why aren't also everybody else saving for retirement? So whenever I face a problem, I start reading books or going online, and then I stumbled 8-9 years ago on the first books of behavioral economics, Richard Thaler, Shlomo Bernarzi, and the group that started this in America, and it spread on. So suddenly I had that aha moment that somebody actually started researching this, and I discovered it's, unfortunately for everybody in the retirement industry, an array of, we could call them behavioral biases, heuristics, rules of thumb that affect various stages of retirement saving. From why we don't start to save in the first place, how much we contribute, where we invest our money, and also it was mentioned before how we spend our money, how we decumulate our savings.
I know that you specialize in data in numbers, and I wanted to check whether you've drawn any conclusions from your research specifically at your organization. I mean, is it the largest or second largest? Please remind me.
We're a third largest private pension fund in Slovenia. Keep in mind, large in Slovenia means small compared to Polish colleagues or UK or Scandinavians, but we still face the same problems.
Exactly.
And offer same services, just as a suggestion. We do everything in-house in our fund. We manage the assets, we do all the record keeping, and we also pay out annuities. So we do everything in a small team. Same as in billion euro markets. So yes, okay, what's with the data? I have good access. I'm not a researcher, I'm a practitioner, I rather like to say, because I do things in-house in our pension fund. And I have access to, of course, all of the data of our members, of course, with all the compliance and everything. So it gets me to various small tweaks. We can change the entry forms. We change certain things in our online account, and then we can monitor how our members behave. And I can just say, generally, our members, as I think also most members of majoritively collective pension plans, are very passive. So this means we, I think, have a duty to steer them in the right direction. This is setting up smart defaults, investment funds, contributions, and certain things.
And it has worked.
Yes,
so
sometimes. Most of the times it doesn't work. But let's say I was just looking at the numbers 2 days ago. Let's say we auto-escalated all of the contributions for members of our individual pension plans. But we decided we are not going to ask them, do you agree? Because in Slovenia last year was 10% inflation. So we raised all of the contributions for 10%, which was quite a big hike. Most of people in our company were against it, but I kind of forced it that we do it. So we raised them automatically, and we just sent them a notice. Next month, we are going to raise your contribution for 10.3%. If you don't agree with this, you have to tell us. And guess how many told us?
An extra step.
1%. So send us something
back. So
back.
Definitely, it's something I will definitely ask the audience later when it comes to your experiences with in your organization. So pretty much how you can create a message or present the message that it brings the outcome you believe is better for members. But as you said, if it is an extra action, sometimes it's
If I would ask them the other way around, do you agree and sign this form for a 10% raise? I doubt we would get 10 to 20% of them back.
Absolutely.
And I think the outcome is good for them, because if we don't index contributions, they are in reality lower. So I think that's a good thing for members, and we have to push these kind of things.
Absolutely.
I believe.
So speaking of numbers, Roberto and Jose, I know that you work together. Am I right? I believe. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. So, Roberto, I know you specialize in quantitative models in pension industry and behavioral modeling. So I wanted to ask you about the numbers and about what comes when it comes to behavioral economics in your...
Yeah, so just to give a bit of background, I work for Vitalis. We are an international pension fund manager. We have something like 2.2 billion euros in assets under management, most of them based in Mexico. But in terms of behavioral, we have launched a fintech app called Mías para el Retiro, saving through consumption app. Basically, it's a mouse for retirement. How this works is each time you make a purchase with your card, you can set aside a percentage towards a retirement account. It can be a public account or a private account. So this fintech app is a way to engage everyday users to save for retirement in a different way than traditional methods.
Do you know what's the percentage of those who actually set up this extra, or what's the average number, what's the average figure?
So as of 2021, we have 200,000 downloads of this app. We have 50,000 users who use it in terms of brand-specific purchases. So for example, if you buy something through Amazon, Amazon gives a contribution to your account. So we have 50,000 people who do this, and we have something like, I believe, 40,000 who do it every day through their cards. Yeah.
So pretty much it's like the micro-pension, effortless action to just save up little by little, which will grow. I was also curious about how do you work with different organizations like Amazon? So is it, with this fintech app, can I just pay for anything, or is it you have to pay for specific products or specific at specific companies?
Well, in the end, it's a give and take relationship, right? So I believe in the specific case of Amazon, it's just a fixed amount that they have agreed to contribute. And we are looking into other alliances. For example, I would always say that it would be great if we had Spotify, because every young person has
actually a good point.
Has a subscription, and it would be great if they give a little bit. But this is an ongoing effort. We are still a startup, you know, it's a recent product that we have launched.
I like the idea with Spotify. I mean, I believe that some of you actually have Spotify, so it could be, imagine paying your on Netflix or your monthly subscription, and an extra Polish zloty or extra dollar goes actually to your pension pot. This is a really good example. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to move right now to Jose Villa and ask about your research, because I know that you do specialize in similar topics.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's always a pleasure to have the chance to discuss and to share experience with all of you. Just a bit of background about my research.
If I could just ask. No, just closer to.
Okay. Just okay, that's perfect now. So just a brief background about the research. What I am doing is something quite simple. I'm just building quantitative models to predict what human beings are going to do. So really, when you think of that, it sounds like science fiction. But at the end, if we apply the scientific method, we work with data, we work with the proper statistical models, at the end, it can be done, and it's very useful. Basically, what we try to do is to give an answer to something that you suggested before. No, you try something, you go to the theory, you know a lot about the behavioral economics, so you try to do an intervention, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. So we try to do this in advance, before the big cost that it implies to go to the reality and then to create a new system, to implement it, etc. We try to forecast what's going to happen with that, if we do that, and also to have models that have the capacity to explain why. So this is very useful, because then you can model, you can change some details of the design, etc. How do we that? Because it can sound a bit science fiction, as I said before, where we need, of course, to use quantitative tools that are quite powerful, but data are critical. So we work with very, very different type of data. On one hand, we have the data, as you suggest, no? If you are doing in Vitalis, if we have the control of our system, we can do this type of field experiments, we can do our own changes and to see what's happening. But sometimes, when this is not possible, we can create some artificial systems, some these economic experiments where players can go there to make decisions. We can change the conditions under which these decisions are made. And with that, we can forecast in a given domain what is going to happen under different situations and quantify what's going to happen. So when we put all these things together, we are able to do this type of prediction.
How do you collect the data? I know that you mentioned so I was wondering, how do you collect the data, with what providers you work with? Because I imagine that the more information you have, the better models you can create. There's also a question of using AI. We're going to discuss it later, but let's discuss the data first.
Yeah, absolutely. Data are critical. I think that now in our society, who has the data has the power. This is the critical point. Well, we have data from two main sources. One source is our own customers, because we are doing this for research, but we are also working with companies, with the European Commission, with World Bank. For instance, now we are implementing a project also with some panelists from the previous panel for the BBVA in Spain. So we have the data of our customers, and then using this data, we can make some predictive models just looking at the past. We can also move to the future in the sense that if we are working with a client, we can ask the client to do small changes, small interventions, what we call the field experiments, and then we can see what are the results and then to do the forecastings. And finally, when this is not possible, we can do completely artificial economic experiments in which we create, for instance, a mock-up of an investment system or a cybersecurity problem, etc. And then we invite people to go there. We design the system, this gamified system, in such a way that the results, the money that they are going to get at the end depends on their decisions and on what's happening on the environment. And then we can align really the incentives in this control space with the real world. And from them we can learn what's happened, and then we put everything together.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, it is about helping people to save more so that they don't really feel it and that they feel comfortable about their contributions. Jesus, I know that you worked in the past in a project which was related to behavioral economics. So I wondered if you could just comment on that.
Thank you because your invitation.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie. Bardzo podoba mi się Twoje pytanie, dlaczego mamy problemy z oszczędzaniem. Myślę, że pierwszym problemem, bardzo uważnie wsłuchiwałem się w pierwszą sesję i myślę, że ludzie mają problem, żeby zrozumieć, jak działa system publicznych ubezpieczeń społecznych. Niewiele też wnoszą rozmowy z politykami, także brak zrozumienia, jak działa system ubezpieczeń. A drugi problem jest natury behawioralnej. Ludzie mają problemy z odkładaniem czegoś dzisiaj, żeby cieszyć się tym za 30-40 lat. Natomiast oczywiście ekonomia behawioralna może nam pomóc w rozwiązaniu tego problemu. Ja mam inne wykształcenie. Ja byłem dyrektorem HR przez wiele lat, a wcześniej studiowałem psychologię. W tej chwili zajmuję się ekonomią, ale ekonomią behawioralną. Także postawię tezę, w przeszłości w mojej firmie, która zatrudnia 500 pracowników, w 2016 roku myśmy postanowili, sytuacja firmy była dobra wówczas, a pracownicy nie odkładali środków na przyszłość. Mówiliśmy o Benarsim i Taylorze. Bardzo ciekawy program Odkładaj więcej na jutro. Także w naszej firmie poinformowaliśmy pracowników, że wraz z kolejną podwyżką płac, która załóżmy była wprowadzana w listopadzie, od lutego
is going to go to your pension plan.
Ta nadwyżka, czy ta zwyżka płac pójdzie na ubezpieczenie emerytalne. Także taki komunikat został rozesłany do pracowników i muszę powiedzieć, że ten eksperyment zakończył się bardzo pomyślnie, dlatego że 2 lata
by default method. And obviously we told them, okay, we are going to increase this amount by default too in next years. And the result was very, very interesting because we had the 80% in the program, and in all segments, segments by age and segments by salary. And I think it was an interesting experience in Spain because this was the first experience of program Save More Tomorrow in Spain, and now it's functioning.
No, it is a really good example because it shows that if people don't have to think too much about decisions, if it happens automatically, they don't feel negative emotions about it, and they're more likely to save up for their own retirement. Robert, I've got a special question for you. I know that, of course, you took part in creating the current auto-enrollment reform. And one question is how to make people save more, which is important. But of course, people future pensioners might feel that they are forced to do so. I do believe, and that was also a conversation about how to create the right public policy around it, I do believe that if you create a system where people can address their concerns, and you, as the person who helped to implement the system, can answer that, they'll be more willing to do it. I know PPK is quite unique in terms of people being able to withdraw their funds. So could you comment on that, especially about what were the concerns? Do people still are worried about it, and how you can address it?
Thank you for that question. First, I would like to answer for your question about the perspective, because how we are pursuing the world, we are addressing our threats, we are addressing our goals in the future, and in my generation, let's say people who were born in 1970s in Poland, pension is something what is not related with something bad. When I think about someone on the pension, I'm thinking about my grandparents, now about my parents. Personally, I like them very much, and they are happy. They have some needs. They are always smile, and this is something what will happen. When I was very, very young, when I was child, Granny was on retirement, on pension, and she had always something, a few zloty for me. So it was something that was obvious. That was the time when for one person on pension used to work 3 or 4 people, or even more. The parallel is a little bit changed. And what is the biggest threat because of this perspective is are changes. Because first big change was in 1999. Everything changed. Defined benefit was exchanged to defined contribution. And after this change, some of groups like coal miners, like people in uniforms in Poland, they were step by step avoid of this reform. The reasons were very simply and very obvious. When they have some privileges, they don't want to lose it. So that creates something what was hybrid, because some of us are in the system with defined contribution. Some of us still have a lot of privileges, like, for example, coal miners in Poland, because of a lot of reasons. And that creates gap about the trust. This gap was completely destroyed. It was boomed in 2013. I'm not going to speak about the reasons, about if that was the right direction or no. Just the communication was completely catastrophic communication when the government announced, from this day, half of your amount is taken. These are not your money. Go out. So the people, they are showing how big trust they have, and what we have to face now is a threat because of the changes, possible changes, and this is something what I would like to avoid completely. We have something we are going to develop, but we will not change. That is something what is stable, will go through, and that's all.
I know that the trust is the key concern because people, for various reasons, have little trust because of the legacy, etc. I know that it is quite unique because even if you compare other auto-enrollment reforms, they're not as liberal as the one we have in Poland because not only you can withdraw part of funds when you're ill or when you want to buy a property, but also you can pretty much withdraw it how often? Like whenever you
can withdraw every single month,
which might kind of help people to regain this trust.
Yeah, but then we can expect some question. Should we allow people to withdraw the money or not?
What do you think about it?
Excuse me?
What do you think about it? Should we?
Of course, we have to keep this allowance to withdraw the money because that shows to Poles that these are your private money. And of course, some of us are withdraw the money once to check. Some of us will withdraw those money more often. However, it creates trust. It's better to have in assets 90%, 95% of the whole amount and trust, rebuild the trust, than theoretically everything, but that everything will be for sure few times smaller than that what we have now.
So not only, pretty much we can say that not only you work in pension business, but in communication business.
Yeah.
Which is something important because I wanted to reference that you can have many ways of encouraging people to save up, but if you don't communicate it rightly, it will fail. And with that, I wanted to move to the second part, which is specifically about auto-enrollment and occupational pensions. Should we start this time with Žiga? I know that the next pension reform in Slovenia will aim at implementation of auto-enrollment. You had experience from the past, but of course now you know what are the numbers, so how people behave. How would you advise your government to create it in the best way possible?
Well, just for the background, in Slovenia, private pension plans exist for now 21 years, and we have a voluntary system. And after 21 years, approximately 60% of people are covered, people in employment. So, which is not bad for a voluntary system. So, of course, with the pension industry, we are striving to have in the next pension reform auto-enrollment, preferably modeled on the UK example, translated on our case. But it's a project that's ongoing for, I think, now 8 years. Because, you know, political parties change, ministers change, orientations change. And at one point in 2016, we were, let's say, social partners were in agreement that auto-enrollment should be implemented on an existing model. But then the government changed and things were pushed in the drawers. But now, due to certain commitments to the European Commission, we need to pass the reform in the next year that would be implemented to start in January 2025.
Okay.
So something will happen. We don't know yet what, because we have a new minister again. So with the pension funds, we're just listening to his initial drafts 14 days ago. So we are all keenly listening to what will come up in the next months. But the focus, according to the minister, will be the development of the second and third pillar. I'm much in favor of automatic enrollment, not mandatory, because we've seen from experience in Central Europe that mandatory systems can not work out as planned in tough times. So I'm really in favor of automatic enrollment on the existing model. And what was discussed and partly agreed with the social partners would be that part of the contributions would be paid by employees, 2% would be the start, and 2% would be paid by the employers.
Okay.
And this would be then gradually increased over time. And the only thing that wasn't agreed was what to do with employees on minimum wage or on low wages, because the union's position would be that for them, the employees or the government should pay their 2%. So this is a thing, I think, now that will heat up in the debate. But I hope that some compromise version will be implemented and we will really get this model in 2 years.
So hopefully it will be a similar comment when we meet in 30 years' time. You'll say exactly what Thomas said before about that you need a rights, a good compromise in public policy,
Yes.
and then you'll have a good...
And let's hope our politicians will be not looking only at their next election, but at the good of the people. I know that's a bit idealistic, but let's hope some common sense will prevail.
Well, I know one country which is going to have elections soon. Robert, I wanted to go back to you because unless you want to speak at the end, because of course you will have a long presentation or a bit of a speech about PPK. Would you like to be at the end to comment all the other systems, or would you like to come right now? How do you feel?
Other systems about, you mentioned other...
To compare auto-enrollment, because what Giga will be facing is something in the future. In our case, in Poland, we've been having PPK auto-enrollment for the last 3-4 years.
Every single, for 4 years is the new, we are just before the press conference which is planned for 27th of April. Next week we are going to show results. Today I can only say that results are very positive, and we can say that people are really they show that they would like to start to trust again. And this is not that 100% is in because the base was slightly smaller than we expect on the beginning. But we will achieve this goal, which was in the bill. It means the 75%, but maybe not today. But in next few years, it will happen. That what is really important. We can say something about comments. Just at the beginning, everything was completely mixed with policy. It doesn't matter of the view. Everyone was comment, and everyone in the comments was very unpositive. It was very negative, very rude. Today, a lot of comments is very positive. Is something really nice, really kind, and what is really funny when someone from one group of employees in one company is watching on saving in Moje PPK the platform and is looking on the assets. And usually is not able to believe that I have such money. Yeah.
No, it is true. I had a similar story as Dan mentioned some time ago, that I also one day opened my auto-enrollment accounts because I have multiple. I had like 5, you had 10. And I was also surprised that even when I was a student, when I was working, I also saved up like a very small pot, which was impressive because I didn't even know about it. So that wasn't a conscious decision, but it was a very positive outcome.
That was inspiration from United Kingdom, because one of the challenges which were mentioned by people who implemented in United Kingdom auto-enrollment was very big number of small pots and no platform to see in one place. And that's why on our portal you can see, doesn't matter how many pods do you have, in how many companies, you will have everything on one website. Yeah.
Can I just ask you last question? One thing which you believe is the really positive outcome after these 4 years, one thing you would like to change because it wasn't as successful as you think. Be honest with us, you can share your thoughts. I'm just curious, what would you pick?
One thing which should be different, what we can say, is maybe to be honest, right now I can tell you only about maybe the smallest companies where you have big influence of employer, few employees, and they can when they opt out, when everyone opt out, they don't have to be ready with the contract with the provider. Maybe that should be judged again, but the rest, I think, we have to rebuild the trust. So that's the only conclusion.
So with smaller companies, it's not always.
Is a window, and when employer is too much greedy, we can expect that something what shouldn't be happened is happened there.
Okay, that brings us nicely to Jesus. I remember when we spoke during our call, you mentioned that you also specialize in the structure of Spanish occupational plans in times of high inflation, which brings me to a small conclusion that maybe some people tried to lower their contributions to have more money right now. Have you found any evidence for that?
Sorry. Our colleagues from Spain have explained perfectly the system, the review of the system now. And for next year, we are implementing, the government is implementing a new collective pension promoting by government. And I think this challenge for them is important because they want to change the play, and they want to reduce the commissions from the private institutions, and they want to manage this new public collective system. And but I think that the problem for next year is going to be the bureaucracy of the public management, and they are establishing that the company have to negotiate with unions about the new employee benefits. And I think this is very difficult because obviously the first issue in a negotiation is the cost for the company, and I think this new system is going to add a new cost for the companies, and we have to check in the future if this new public collective system is going to have success or not.
No, it makes perfect sense. I wanted to also, I know that Jose is also from Spain, and when we spoke during our call last week, you just presented a very technical description, whereas I remember you mentioned the impact of political lobby, so the problem in creating a reform that sometimes you have a vision, which you know that will work or might work quite well, but then it is being watered down in the political process. How it goes right now in Spain, because we're really lucky to actually have quite a full picture when it comes to Spain and the pension reform and the pension situation. We haven't talked about politics because that's not the conference for politicians. But I wonder what is the effect of a situation on how it impacts the reform right now.
Well, I'm not an expert in politics, but what I can say here is that probably the problem in Spain, and I think it's not only in Spain, is that the discussion has been built in a very, very political language. And at the end, it has a high technical component. So really, as we were talking before about self-enrollment, how it to work, I think this is general for any type of changes or system that we want to implement, the communication. So I think this is critical. So the problem is that the communication of all these things is not done according to the main learnings, I think, of behavioral economics. In fact, I think it's an example of how not to do it. Because, our research and many other research working with some models, protection motivation theory, etc., tells that the best way to promote behavioral change or self-enrollment or whatever is really to make people afraid of the situation without helping them to see how to solve it.
Yeah.
So we are using this threat appraisal that we are making everybody conscious that, well, the problem is clear, the pensions are going to be lower, etc., that the government is doing something in a political way, that there is room for them as individuals to behave in some way to mitigate this problem, but the communication then fails a lot about how to do it. We are using, most of the times that they are very effective, these nudging strategies, for instance, the default enrollment, etc., that they are working, but if we don't communicate it properly, they are not enough. So now in behavioral economics, we are trying to go a step beyond this nudging, this really trying to change the behavior of the people without, in an unconscious way, with them to understand what's going on, to what we call the boosting. And it's really to use the tools that we are producing really to work directly on the cognitive biases, on the heuristic decisions they are using, but at the end to let them to make the decisions in a free way. So in this sense, I think that something that can help a lot to solve this problem is all these type of applications, these portals that we are talking about, but if they are designed from a properly behavioral viewpoint.
This is something interesting because the topic of communication is actually coming to us all the time, which only indicates that even if you have good models, but if you don't communicate either if it is a reform or your pension plan to the end users, it might not be as popular as it should. Having said that, before I jump to Roberto, I want to ask you, because I know that we have some pension funds here sitting with us, was wondering whether you could share some of the communication challenges you face, or perhaps you have any questions about it. Because I do believe that if you want to promote more people to save up, sometimes you might communicate with them, but again, too much communication, it's not great. Too little, then people get disengaged. The question is whether they should be engaged and how to engage them, because I believe that, and that came from Slovenia, again, as an example. If you tailor your communication to people's needs, you can push them in a right direction. So if you have any questions, any comments, please definitely raise your hands. We'll just give you the mic. Roberto, occupational plans in Portugal. I believe that you must have been facing a similar issues as your colleagues here.
Yes, I would actually say that we are behind in this sense to Poland, definitely. Because in Portugal, only 2.5% of workforce has occupational plan, so it's quite low. But what is a big problem is that of these 2.5, they have about 16 billion in assets under management. So you can ask yourself how so little people have so much assets. And it's because occupational plans are traditionally syndicated by especially bankers and lawyers. So in Portugal, being a banker and being a lawyer, it's very profitable. Now, in order to try to address this and the deficiencies in Social Security, in the past reform, 2007, the government launched a voluntary savings account. And the idea was that people could set aside a portion of their income voluntarily to try to offset the deficiencies that are in Spain and all the countries of Social Security. But what's interesting is from 2007 until 2019, only 9,000 people have actually done this, which is very low. And this specific program has 40 million assets under management. So compare 16 billion to 40 million, it's insignificant. So I think communication is the big problem because people do not even know about this program. So for me, PPK is a great initiative because it's one way to try to engage people more directly with the state. And in this sense, I think Portugal is definitely falling behind.
Okay. I was thinking how to engage members to save up more. Of course, we had the question of how to shape the message, so how to communicate, how to use different, how to use the wealth of science we know about how we behave, which can be also useful. Moving to the third segment on technology, I was reading more and more about how different financial institutions engage people to save up more. And I used this fantastic software to make myself a bit older. We're going to see if it works. Yes, beautiful. So that's definitely my face, at least at this stage. My point was that when you see yourself on how you will look like when you're 70 or 80 or 60, you might be more willing to save up more because you can visualize how you're going to look like. Will I have mustache? I'm not so sure about it. It's something I have to think of. But definitely, I imagine that if financial institutions, I'm not sure about the case of privacy, of course, but if they were using such technologies, it could simply encourage people to think more about what's going to happen in the future. And with that quick, I'll just stop it. With that quick intro, I simply want to go back still to Roberto. I know when we spoke last week, we discussed things like pension dashboards, which can increase awareness of how much money you have, or robo-advisors, or even the limitations of the technology. If you could comment on that, because I'm curious about your views on that.
Yeah, so part of my day-to-day jobs, I try to make investment strategies to generate alpha, and we are doing things with artificial intelligence, for example, to have robot advisors. Now, this is a very interesting field, and one computer can basically do the job of 3, 4, 5 people, right? But internally, we have these discussions of the ethics behind it, and also the limitations, because right now we do not use this technology for pension funds that we have them for private clients in the future, but it raises a lot of challenges as in the sense of the identity of our company, for example. We want to be a robot advisor. We are also displacing the jobs of people, because if a computer can do this, we don't have to hire these analysts. So these are very tricky questions, and just very briefly, there is a very interesting experience in Japan where they used AI basically to track the investments that they've had. They outsourced their funding to different investment funds, and they're able to use AI to measure their performance and so on. So I think we have to develop new methods of governance. We have to develop a new criteria, because this technology, we do not even understand it ourselves. And pretty soon, we have to use AI to monitor AI. Is the new world.
Which is quite scary, if you think about it, especially with the new ChatGPT. But hopefully we'll not get that soon. Before then, the case of Poland. I know, Robert, that you are promoting, which was discussed earlier, the Centralna Informacja Emerytalna, so the central pension information. Could you comment on that? Because that's a very interesting case of merging the topic of pensions and technology, or pretty much giving people access to information.
Yes, what I can say on the beginning, I'm very proud of digitalization, the governance area, because this is very convenient, very useful. In COVID, we can check that M-Obywatel really works, and this is something what we have to develop and what we have to fulfill by different services. And Centralna Informacja Emerytalna this is idea and project which was founded by Bartosz Marczuk. He was the really spirit who moved this forward, and the main reason why we are creating that is to show how big debt you have to fulfill in the future. Very important part of this information, the central information, will be the calculator or calculators. How much do you have to save? How much do you expect? How long what is your age? There are a lot of sources of data. First, the first pillar with Mrs. Uścińska. There is also special kind of Polish pension, a pension for farmers. This is also in that place, and every single insurance company, every single bank, every single fund will be connected by bond with this information. If this insurance or financial institution company is providing IKE, IKZE, PPE, PPK, doesn't matter of what kind of these type of products, everything is inside and is able to show us how big debt we have to fulfill.
I'll ask you a bit harder question, but simply because the more we digitalize our government, our public sector, there is a big question about data security. And I know that that's a conversation also not only in Poland, but in any country which is trying to go into dashboards, because if somebody will access our information, something might happen. So I imagine that it is something that, of course, you also know something about.
This is solved in technically in different way. We are not owner of the data. We are creating only window, and the customer is able to see. We are not able to see what is inside. So this is point one. And second, before I was trying to, before I started to do on Moje PPK, this portal for customers of PPK, we check how many times customer in bank with digital service, how many times monthly is logged on the account, the average. And the average number is very, very simply once. Even just once, but no more, no less, once daily, every customer in digital bank is able to log in to look. Maybe some days, few times more, maybe one day nothing, but monthly is once per day. And that shows that we believe what we have in bank.
Okay.
We know how much we would like to put on some deposit or saving, or maybe we can take some loan. Bank is something in what we are trusting. Doesn't matter of country, doesn't matter of the culture influence. And based on that, we are doing this Centralna Informacja Emerytalna.
I think that the simple fact that it will be, people will be able to access the information about their funds on mObywatel app it will definitely increase the awareness and accessibility, which kind of brings me to a simple conclusion. Not every country has luck or enough luck with their e-government apps. The case of the UK and NHS app is one of them, which wasn't that popular at first. But I'm happy that at least with mObywatel we have 10 million or 9 million users, which simply will give people access. Will they check it? That's another question. But at least we know that they will have the information. Žiga, in the case of Slovenia, I know we spoke, when we spoke last week, you mentioned something about tax incentives. And I wanted to check this case and this topic when it comes to trying to encourage people to save up more. If you could tell us more about how it works in Slovenia.
Maybe when we talked about the subject of the last question, technology and behavioral, I said I would maybe share a concrete example of something we implemented in our fund specifically like 4 years ago now. So it's not AI, the latest thing, but it works. So in Slovenia, if you pay individually to a pension plan, you have a tax incentive that the amount lowers your tax base. So let's say if I put 2,000 euros in December, it reduces my tax account, income tax. But what we find out from practice, that people would do it, but at the end of the year, it also collides with a lot of other expenses for New Year's gifts, for skiing, and so on. So it's the worst time for people to pay something additionally, especially annual contributions, which are higher. It's not 100 euros, it may be 2,000, 1,000 euros. So I had a relationship already before with diners, club cards. You probably also have them in Poland that enable you to buy in installments a new sofa. So you can split the purchase of, let's say, 1,000 euros in small amounts. So I knew the director, and we were always telling we must do something together. One day I got an idea, why not allow people to pay the contributions to the pension plan in installments? I know it sounds a bit crazy at first. Why would somebody pay in installments contributions to the pension plan? But we actually made it, integrated, and now you can online in our account, you can pay the contributions, annual contributions in December. I pay 2,000 euros. I pay them with Diners Club card. I split it, so I actually pay them in installments in the next year, but I get the full tax incentive this year. So basically, we also tried to do with present bias, give people some reward now. We are delaying and putting in smaller amounts their payments, and we're making it as frictionless as possible, all online and all basically seamless. So you can just open an account and pay it with the Diners Club card all in one go.
I like the word frictionless, and it actually brings me back to Roberto. You mentioned some time ago the case of, in the ideal world, one day maybe when we'll be paying for our Netflix or Spotify subscription. It's a simple example, but I do believe that Gen Z would absolutely love that. I would love that. But there are also limitations of technology. Jesus, I know that the topic of AI in investment and pensions was something we discussed. AI? Yeah. What do you think about it? When it comes to pensions, where do you see the opportunities? What might be
Talking about AI,
yes,
this is an interesting question for everybody, because now this is the biggest topic in the news, in the social net. I think as you has shown your face evolving. I think this is very interesting how we are able to play with ourselves. Maybe imagine ourselves when we are going to be older. Maybe imagine ourselves in the metaverse doing something that we want to do maybe in 10 years, and we are going to be interested in maintaining our standard of life to enjoy in this kind of situations, and maybe trying to have better information, as you were talking now, better information about my contributions and my future pension in the future when I retired. I think maybe AI is now going to the citizen. To the people without any special expertise, and maybe the AI is going to simplify our world, because and this is a message from Taylor, the Nobel Award. He says, make it easy, and maybe the AI is going to make it easy our idea about saving and about our retirement.
Okay, no, it's something I'm definitely observing, and there is a whole conversation about ChatGPT. It's not only about this one. We're not going to discuss it here, but I believe it will have a massive impact on finance. And I think, Roberto, you mentioned that one computer is, or one program or software is replacing 3 or 5 jobs. But again, it's a separate conversation. So it still seems like we have to work and save up for our own retirements. We cannot outsource it to computers. So the last one, do remember you can ask questions at any time. Jose, I wanted to ask you. We spoke about Spain. And I remember we discussed the case of the information on public and state pension assets so people can access it. I was wondering whether you could comment, for example, has it changed or impacted people's financial decisions, or just access to through technology to their information? Has it had any positive impact on people's financial decisions?
Well, in fact, as it is now, talking about pensions and the new portal also that the Social Security launched in Spain, the impact is quite low, basically because very few people is using it, is not using. And the approach that is basically an informative approach, just to see what you have there. But really the impact is going to be huge in very, very few time when we change a couple of ideas, and some of them are related, as you suggested for this session, with artificial intelligence, with AI. AI can play here two important roles. One role is this advising thing that we were telling before, robots, etc. But there is a big problem, a big challenge we need to solve there, and it's the challenge of explainability. We were discussing that yesterday, Roberto, if you remember. It is very difficult to decide that this is going to be the investment plan, etc., or the decision, if we are not able to justify till some point to the decision maker why we have reached this decision. No? So explainability is critical. And now, one line of research we're doing now really is trying to see how different ways of explaining what the algorithm is doing has an impact, has a change really in the decision-making of the people using the artificial intelligence. So I think this is going to be critical. And the other one, we have been talking a lot of times about information, communication, etc. And what is the best way to communicate? Well, the best way, it does not exist. The best way depends on the person that is receiving the communication, the moment, and many, many other things. So something that, in fact, is done, and we are working with that in some recommenders, is using artificial intelligence systems in combination with behavioral economics nudges or boosting systems. In such a way, we can identify at which moment, when some people is using the application, for instance, what is the best way to present information, to show a nudge, etc., to produce the behavioral changes that we are interested in. In this case, the perhaps increasing the savings. So that is the critical point where we are now. So answering your question, I think that the impact now is not very big, but the impact it's very difficult to make a time prediction here because everything goes faster than you think at any moment, but very, very soon the impact is going to be huge.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and it pretty much brings us to a conclusion. So remember, if you have any questions, that's the moment. When I was just listening to all of you, I just wrote a couple of points which I believe might work as a conclusion. Please also comment if you'd like to add something else. One thing is communication, which was mentioned at least a couple of times, which brings me to the conclusion that when you design an auto-enrollment system, you have to understand people's needs, people's concerns, people's fears. Lack of trust in financial markets has been one of them, especially in Central Eastern Europe, for many, many reasons. And I believe that if you create a reform or if you manage your organization, you should really think that people might not be trusting you, and your job is to pretty much create a system where they do trust you, or where they could trust you. The second one is small nudges or small steps when it comes to helping people to save up, which I think is quite clever. The topic of micro pensions, which we also discussed, so how to save up very slowly, but eventually after 20, 30 years, it will bring you some money, and that technology is already impacting the way how we save up. I really enjoyed seeing myself in the future, and again, I don't really think about the mustache, not my choice, but I think that it will definitely help people to visualize how that they will look like in the future. Maybe it's something to implement also in your pensions. Would you like to conclude any words at the end? Add anything? Because if not, we're going to have lunch right now, so, and I'm pretty sure that you're quite hungry. So in this case, thank you so much for your time. A big round of applause.
Thank you for this conversation. And zapraszamy Państwa w takim razie na przerwę lunchową.
Welcome everyone to the lunch break, and we are coming back at
Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania i wygrywaj. Oszczędzaj i wygrywaj podwójnie. Zostań w pracowniczych planach kapitałowych i weź udział w Akademii Korzyści PPK. Pula nagród to ponad 1 000 000 złotych. Dzięki PPK gromadzisz oszczędności, do których dokłada się Twój pracodawca i państwo. A dzięki Akademii zdobywasz wiedzę o programie i możliwość wygrania nagród pieniężnych. Nagroda główna to 100 000 złotych. Zarejestruj się na stronie akademiappk.pl. Odpowiadaj na pytania.
Państwo, witam ponownie serdecznie po przerwie. Tym razem
Welcome after the break, after lunch break. I hope that it's not going to distract us. Quite opposite, we'll be able to concentrate better thanks to the vitamins we just received. And now we have a discussion panel on employee benefits of a changing society, perspectives and expectations. We have excellent guests. I'm very interested as a journalist of the Polish TV. We have Sylwia Bliska, General Manager and board member of Edenred. Welcome.
Helena Gondek,
Benefits Team Manager from Santander Bank, Poland.
Danuta
Kisielewska, HR Director from Polish Hotel Holding.
I teraz panowie.
And now the gentlemen. Dr. Wojciech Nagel, Chairman of the Supervisory Board from WSE Foundation, Cezary Kaźmierczak, the President of the Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers, and Sławomir Łopalewski, Managing Director of LuxMed Insurance, and Tomasz Więckowski, the CEO from Core Advertising Agency. Welcome. Please allow me with Wojciech Nagel, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of the Stock Exchange, Warsaw Stock Exchange. What are employee benefits plans, what they are about, what to do to convince employers to offer such, and how to check if we are in those plans, because we are very often not aware, and what are the benefits for us as employees. This is the first product that was created within 3 decades of the functioning of the Polish financial market. So this is an understanding between the employer, employee, and the state. It never existed before. Employee retirement plans, so whatever was before PPK, were a program which was offered by the employer. So the employer took upon all obligations related to that. So maybe this resulted in the fact that these programs wasn't developed. When I participated in a program team of PPK, once it started to develop and go into subsequent stages of participation, we were noticing the growth of interest. And if we were to summarize all these forms, we have about 3.5 million taking into consideration PPE. And if we take into consideration all the active accounts, we would have about 4.5 million. This is a good base to develop this, but PPK or employee capital plans is something understandable, something which is beneficial for people, because this tripartite understanding means that these funds can grow quickly. So we encourage people to tap into that. For many years, I have the pleasure also to do propaganda, as Robert says, because I believe in it. So if someone believes in a product, they should be involved. And I'm involved not only with one institution, and I have at least 3 accounts in PPK. They are growing, and I'm very happy. I would like to encourage you to do this. Could we say that PPK, employee capital plans, is insurance for difficult times? For sure, yes, also. But I would like to say, and this is a piece of information from a few hours, if not days, we have an acceleration of certain retirement forms within European project. This is a different product, just to make things clear. This is a product which is a developed individual retirement account, but it shows that this acceleration and the draft act, which is still under legislative discussions, shows that the government cares for us having a whole range of choice for our retirement. We could say that this is a life insurance in a way. And now I would like to ask Madam Sylwia Bliska, what are employee benefits and how they have changed, especially after the pandemics. So the first crisis was pandemics. The second crisis was the war. These 2 tragedies that really actually define our life in contemporary times. So how did the benefits change, and what do employees care about, and what do employers care about? Benefits have changed significantly. We could talk about them for 5 hours. Just a few sentences. I don't know if you're aware of the fact that the first benefit was created after the Second World War in the 50s in France. People noticed that factory workers came hungry to to work, because if someone doesn't have money, they save money on food. So the employer decided to give coupons, food coupons, to the workers, and this was the first employee benefit. It was very quickly, there was no tax put on them, and this is how the first benefits were created. This is the history. And now, from the economical point of view, these employee benefits are supposed to fulfill three functions. First of all, they're supposed to increase the purchase capabilities of the employee. So the employee has to have a greater purchasing power. The second thing, the employer, because he fulfills a mission, because he pays for work through salary, but benefits fulfill a function. So either develop certain elements. Well, therefore, this should be supported, but there should be a third element, supported by the public administration, by the government, through tax reliefs. And this is a very important element, because this tax relief, but also other elements result in recirculation of this money in the state economy. So it goes back to the state budget through VAT tax and other taxes. So this is the nature of benefits. Therefore, what is not a benefit? A benefit is not so-called greenwashing. So if someone talks about Fruit Thursdays, it's not a benefit. What's not a benefit? Something, if 2% of employees are using it at the given employers, it's not a benefit. It's still greenwashing. So anything which is related with the current need, currently we are all fighting with high inflation. Let's ensure greater purchasing power to our employees. They are getting their salaries, but could we support them, financing their meals or some programs as PPK, co-financing medical insurance? Why? Because this is a great need right now. So we encourage people, as Edenred, to verify the investments made on employee and ensuring them adequate support at a given moment.
Jest pani prezesem
You are the CEO or general manager of Edenred. So what about the lunch card from the point of view of HR, employers and employees? How you can purchase such a card? What are the guidelines for employers? This is a general mission of our company and our market, because we are fighting for a good lunch break in Poland. This is extremely important because there are two causes. We had a lunch break here. Yes, exactly. We really care about this lunch break because people can get good nutrition, and it unifies people around the table. People start to talk and creative ideas are born. Lunch card is a recent hit of the employee market in Poland because 300 zlotys per employee is its weight of social insurance, so you can give it to the employee. Of course, it has to be full food, full nutrition. We've done research at the beginning of this year and also last year, and this is a benefit which is the most expected by the employee, and it's very rare, actually, among employers. So let's verify, let's check what's important, what's needed. It also increases the purchasing power of every single one of our employees. So we are happy, and employees are very happy. The Ministry of Labour has increased the limit of this waiver in March last year from 190 to 300 zlotys. I think there is still a lot that could be done to increase this tax relief and support employees even more. So let's look at the source of understanding. So, Mr. Cezary Kaźmierczak, Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers, what, according to employers, is starting to be a leading benefit. There are at least two markets in all those employee benefits. There are those companies in very competitive sectors. Well, everyone has everything. So So it's difficult to compete with benefits for these companies. Of course, these employee benefits are an element of competition for employees. It was especially increased in the fall because there was wage pressure that was huge. So in the fall last year, many people tried to get more benefits. The market changed later, so this pressure was not as high as everyone expected. Of course, they have various values. I know 3 corporations.
Tak pobieżnie wyniki badań na temat korzystania takich wewnętrznych potrzeb. No to jest pewne rozczarowanie niektórymi elementami, bo się okazuje, że wielu pracowników
many employees have declared they wanted to learn foreign languages and have other lessons, and later they were not using it. And the company pays for that. And there is a very low percentage of users of some benefits. Meanwhile, it's totally impossible to withdraw them. They are not used, but people want them. And obviously, research findings indicate that large importance is attached to purchasing power. I think it's a measure, it's an indicator for the employer. If something has an impact on purchasing power, it makes a difference. So that includes lunch, subsidized holidays, I think, were another item. There is a professional term which eludes me right now. And you can get subsidies. So those very tangible measures that increase the purchasing power, they attract more attention and more people are benefiting from them. And for example, if we start giving away tickets for Scandinavian psychological dramas, I don't know if they are going to be very sought after. Probably not. Okay, so what employees expect? That's question to Cezary. Is provided pro rata by employers. Are employers able to provide employees with benefits they expect? Well, they fiercely compete with each other for employees, and I think this is the main leitmotif. What we see in Poland right now is high taxation of labor. And if you are able to boost compensation without boosting the non-payroll elements, that's a very attractive option, which is beneficial for the employee and for the employer alike, because it's not subject to social insurance benefits. At least some of those benefits are not included in social insurance contribution payment. So even if you're offering something that is not very popular with employees, you're not really able to withdraw it from your range. Okay, so now we are going to take a different perspective, because right now it's the employees market. And a question to Tomasz Więckowski. How can you attract candidates with benefits to work for your company? It's not an easy task. I cite it because I run an SME, an advertising agency, which is not a big company, and it's a very challenging topic for employers like me, because snowflakes, the young generation, which is now making inroads into the labor market, they want to have, because of their budgetary limitations, they have very limited capabilities. And in order to attract those young people, but not only them, the pandemic has been a game changer. I know from my observations and from my experience, and I often talk to different business organizations, and I've noticed that flexibility is the key, is the buzzword that's ever relevant. Flexibility, not in all areas. I can't imagine, for example, a person working at the assembly line working flexi time, work remotely. But there are many areas that can afford to offer flexibility, which is appreciated by employees. Employees do appreciate working offline exclusively or in a hybrid mode, or something that is quite popular in marketing, or they can take workation. For example, we have copywriter working from Saigon, and we have the creative team working from the US. Previously, as an employer, I've never imagined it would be possible. Well, yes, it's a game changer. I know it's a major facilitation. We have many online meetings right now, so this is one of the key benefits today. Is it fair to say? That's how I see it personally. And when I talk to other business owners, we agree that flexibility, this is something people expect. And I'm talking about all generations, young and old. And obviously, people who are 30 plus with kids, or older people with children, they will be very keen to benefit from flexi time, because 2 hours more per day, it's a lot. You can dedicate all this time to your children, and time is money, as we know very well. Danuta Kisielewska, Polish Hotel Holding, you are the HR director. So let's begin with basics. Has the pandemic and the war modified our approach to benefits? The war is raging beyond Poland's eastern border. We've mentioned refugees who are now residing in Poland. What impact does it have on employee benefits? Well, have employee benefits been changed by changes around us? Of course they have. But I represent the hospitality sector. We work with people, for people, and benefits are incredibly important. Employees need to be encouraged. That's obvious, and payroll is not sufficient because the market offers a plethora of options. So what do? We provide traditional benefits, such as sponsored life insurance package, sponsored medical package. We offer foreign language classes. We've added Spanish to English and German to boost our competitive edge. We provide discounts at our hotels. And first and foremost, I would like to mention something that we've come up with while the pandemic lasted. We have a very innovative benefit, the Ambassador Gamification Scheme. The gamification scheme is a nod to the young generation, and this benefit is popular with 70% of our employees, so it's very sought after. So it's gamification, what means that employees win points, and scores can be redeemed for money. 5,000 points can be redeemed for 500 zlotys. So it's tangible motivation because benefits are substantial. So you can get additional score for social initiatives, initiatives for other people. You can support children's homes or shelters, or you can do charity runs. So anything that benefits the society gets you additional score. We've launched the scheme in the midst of pandemic in October 2021 to activate people to look after their health and the local community. For example, health prevention will get you additional score, and I think right now healthcare is incredibly important. And as HR manager, I wanted to activate interpersonal relations because, for example, praises and positive comments, positive feedback of supervisors and guests will also get you and win you additional score. Why is our scheme an innovative benefit? Because it's not a one-off program. It was designed in October 2021, but it continues to evolve. I'm heading towards the second part of your question, and it's also adapted because it's expanded with additional activities. In March last year, we've added an additional activity, assistance and relief to Ukrainian refugees. And this activity demonstrated by our employees has been noticed. And in late March last year, we had only 4 ambassadors, so only 4 people who received those awards. And this year, in late March, we have 72. So it's a scheme that attracted attention, and it's a non-standard solution on the market. Our Ukrainian employees, are they taking interest in the scheme? Yes, they are, but only when, well, we have to look at it. They need to think about the fundamentals first. First of all, they need payroll that will ensure them a decent life, and that's a benefit all employees receive, a customized, target-based motivating scheme. And to the Polish culture, we are similar but not the same. So benefits are an all-important element at my company. I think I've said a lot, but I think our innovative scheme, the ambassador, which is designed but continues to evolve, and our approach to Ukrainian employees, I think it deserves to be presented. And I have a question about the expectation of Ukrainian nationals who are working and living in Poland. Are they different from expectations of Polish employees? Well, when you satisfy those basic needs, they are no different because there is equality in diversity, and as a rule, no matter where you come from, what makes a difference are your skills. We are not interested in your views and opinions. What matters to us, this tagline, there is equality in diversity, says it all. These are people just like us. They are happy with medical care. They are happy when they are able to benefit from online language classes or visit one of our hotels for a break. No, I can't say they are different. Needs for benefits are exactly the same when basic needs are satisfied. What is totally neutral? Okay, so what else could you say? I'm looking at Sławomir Łopalewski, LuxMed Ubezpieczenia's managing director. In LuxMed Group, we've discussed innovations before, but you have introduced new employee benefits. What problems does it solve?
solve.
Okay, so let me comment on what previous speakers said. The labor market barometer, the latest survey, indicates that 70% of employees are satisfied with their work and more than 50% expect a pay rise. And employers are ever struggling to recruit new employees. 28% of employers in Poland and 41% in Mazowieckie province are struggling with finding new employees. In the same report, the most desirable employee benefit is extended Medicare. We did not sponsor this report. It's a neutral piece of information, and flexi time, we've mentioned before, is a benefit listed by 27% of respondents as number 3 benefit. I wanted to mention the new benefit in a brand new context.
In Poland, we have great challenges with the National Health Fund, and we have a great health debt, COVID health debt. 43% of the society didn't have access to healthcare for obvious reasons. So we have the smallest number of doctors in Poland and nurses compared to the rest of Europe. What's more, the average of these people is 48 and 49 years old, and the National Health Fund is unable to make up for those losses, at least in the nearest future. Therefore, the Luxmed Group, seeing what is happening on the employee market, seeing the competition and the need, looking at what employees need, and approaching it as a mission, has proposed a new employee benefit, which is a hospital insurance. Now, why this hospital insurance? This is the only such insurance on the market, and it is different from anything else that other insurance companies do, because Luxmed is treating people and not paying money, leaving our patients or clients or employees or employers with this worry, because so what that I've received 200,000 zlotys, for instance, if I don't even know where to go to get treated, etc. Therefore, this is the first thing, the first quality of the new benefit. The second one is that this insurance doesn't have an insurance total. So we treat 80% of people's ailments, and we have our own hospitals. Luxmed is the biggest owner of private hospitals in Poland. We have 14 now. Before the end of the year, there will be more. Together with partner hospitals, so we have about 60, and up until the end of the year, we'll have 100 hospitals. So looking at the representatives of HR, we solve many problems of HR. Because besides giving new benefit and increasing competitiveness of employers, we are solving 2 or 3 problems of HR. HR usually has a problem when someone is sick in the company, because very often it is like that. I didn't know that only when I started to talk about it with the representatives of HR, is that employees call HR and ask, what am I supposed to do now? And in this product, we give the coordination of hospital care from the very beginning. So we take this problem away from HR, and HR doesn't have to worry about it from the very beginning until the person is treated. This is the first thing. The second thing, we have those company funds for social benefits, and in such situations, in dramatic situations, especially with difficult diseases, the employer often helps employees within this fund to cover the cost of treatment. Sometimes even more, find a psychologist, help the family, etc. So as I've said, in this insurance, in 10 categories of medicine, we treat 10% of people's ailments, and these are very expensive procedures often, because because we have the Da Vinci robot, and such surgeries for men can be 50,000 zlotys even, but on average this is 10, 5 or 20,000 zlotys for different medical procedures. So this is something that we are only covering, that we are also covering with this new benefit for HR, for the employer and for the employees. Another very important thing that I wanted to pay your attention to. If you don't use this benefit for 2 years, then we encourage to review, to do a hospital review, or rather exams. So you go to a hospital for 1 day and you do test exams in order to confirm that you're in good health or to start some treatment. And this is also important for the employer because, and for the employee as well, of course, because the cost related with absenteeism of employees are very high. And the Eurostat data states that there is a direct correlation between owning hospital insurance and the length of life. And in those countries in Europe where this market is very much developed, because it's only starting to get shaped in Poland, there is a longer life expectancy, because the relationship is like that, that if we have such insurance, we are very active with prevention, and not that we go to hospital only when something happens, and it might be often too late. So this is our new employee benefit, and I would like to encourage all of you to look into that, because we are on the market for 3 quarters of the year, and we have over 30,000 people covered by this insurance, and almost 400 big companies that have the subscription, medical subscription, and participate in this insurance. During pandemics, the organization in your company looked completely different, as I'm guessing, not insofar as employing employees, as you've mentioned, but there was working online, over the phone, doctors call, there is phone consultations. What else have changed after the pandemics? Because after the National Health Fund, you're the second, the most famous health organization in Poland, we could call you that. What has changed and how you managed to organize these works? Because suddenly there were gigantic queues in all locksmiths. The popularity was growing, so work was not scarce in this profession. Well, during the pandemics, like in all business, including medical business, our patients or clients came to the conclusion that they don't have to come there physically. So just like there is online banking developing in the banks, telemedicine or teleconsultations were developing, or some things online that you were asking for a prescription or asking some questions to the doctors online. And this is a trend that from which there's no going back, and we know that we'll keep on developing that. And this is also important for the society, for the public, because we don't go to doctor with just a simple cold, and there are very few specialists on the market, because, as I've said, medical staff is aging. And the second thing, more of them retire compared to the number of them that enter the labor market. So the post-COVID health debt resulted in the fact that we are more aware of the fact that we need healthcare. So we go to the doctor more often, even as prevention. So all these forms that allowed us to increase the effectiveness of our work during the pandemics now contribute. So we see that we have the aging society in Poland. What are those trends, also the trends insofar as benefits within this society which is changing? Maybe I'm going to tell you the trends, in our opinion, based on a very interesting report which is published every year. It's called the Map of Trends of Future Institute, and they list 3 types of trends. These are the trends that are already working called new normal. There are also other trends for short-term events that might become trends. This is reactive zone and innovative zone. These are the trends which will occur between 5 to 20 years from now, so in a moment. So in the area called new normal, so today there are two very interesting trends that impact healthcare. The first one is that we have aging society. We all know about that. You've talked about it today. But what is the impact of that? The impact is that we notice a phenomenon called silver tsunami. So according to Eurostat, in 20 years, and it's going to be constant in 20 years, so it's now happening actually, all people, all working people, well, 30% of all working people will be people over 55 years old. And this is quite important from the point of view of employers, because it's not that we're going to have the same young, dynamic teams, but there is going to be a big mix. And as employer, we'll have to really think about the right HR strategies in the context of health and absences at work. It's going to have a huge impact. The second area of megatrends, which is very interesting in this report, is the area called mirrored world. Namely, this is a trend in which more and more things from the real world moves to the virtual reality. And in this megatrend of mirrored world, there are two that are very interesting for us. The first one is loneliness. This is not a surprise, of course, but this impacts our HR strategies and also companies from the area of healthcare, because this loneliness and social isolation results in the fact that we are sick more often. And not only mental health is important, also physical health. And as we know from the point of view of employers, lack of health translates to costs, and the costs are quite high. And the third very interesting element, a trend which is described in the report, and we see it, we notice it very much, and it's not going to be a surprise for you. It's mental welfare. Because we are lonely, we are trying to achieve this psychological well-being, mental well-being, and all that translates later to the complex healthcare, both in the area of psychological care and in the normal planned or ad hoc hospital care. I have an impression that health problems never end, because as you've mentioned, after the pandemics, after lockdown and isolation, we lose our health and we are becoming sick. We have less and less immunity. And now I would like to ask Helena Gontek, Medefits team manager from Santander Bank Poland. Well, I'm going to approach this subject a bit differently, because I'm going to tell you which measures we apply that allow us to build a benefit offer adapted to our employees. We are trying to do every year a review of our offer. We know that our society is changing, that employees expect various things, so we don't want to approach the subject in a standard manner, but verify the needs of employees. So working within the yearly cycle, that we start with asking the employees, what do you like, what we should pay attention to, what do you need? So is this a survey that you do? Yes, there is a survey among employees, but we have also meetings of teams. It's happening on various levels. We carry out the analysis of whatever was in the surveys. We find the important points. We know what our employees need, what we should pay attention to. We meet in working groups. My team which manages benefits, has its strong share in it. We verify the elements that can be implemented immediately for employees, but we also analyze those which can be implemented within 1 year or 2. We implement solutions quickly. We create hotspots. This is also an interesting solution initiative in our bank, where we identify those hurting points and we find solutions for them. Then we implement and we check if it really works. So working in this yearly manner, I feel that we have control over what our employees need, and we know what we should be doing. For example, the year after the pandemic is a breakthrough year because we were isolated, we are coming back, we need to get acquainted with this reality, and our observation is that employees have a great need to restart, to have again the face-to-face relations. And it shows up in all types of research that employees need mobilization, but they want to interact in reality.
So yes, definitely meetings as well. So whenever we talk about flexi time, we need to keep in mind that we need to meet other people in the office and work together. Plus team building trips, yes, they are a must. But because meetings have intensified, we are once more meeting people in the office, and I can blow my trumpet because we bring together employees with the same passions. They meet individually to share knowledge, and these are groups from very different categories. For example, employees who are seeking for new friends, employees who want to discuss chess because they are passionate about chess, or share similar sporting interests. So there are many circles of interest, and it definitely has a positive impact on loyalty to the company. It builds a very positive atmosphere and commitment. In addition to activities, we need to focus on very tangible benefits. So Medicare is important. We are offering a very wide range of medical services. We provide all social benefits. We see major need, especially this year, to support our employees with loans, for example, for renovation or mortgages. We are offering personal development activities, and we have retirement benefits. We are supporting our former employees who have retired. There are group and international projects in international communities, so there are also tremendous prospects for personal growth. So an ethical employer should not provoke behaviors, for example, fierce competition or rat race. Do you think that competition should be healthy based on bonds, shared goals? Oh, definitely, not only competition. We should interplay, we should play on the same team, and, I think this is the motto for every employer. When you look at your employees, do you think benefits are important to them? And if so, to what extent? They are definitely important. And I, as an employee, I find them incredibly important as well. Benefits must be aligned to the company's strategy. We, as a bank, we have a strategic direction, and looking after our employees is a part of our mission. So if benefits are not aligned to the organization's mission, there is something that is not right.
Pracownik chce być słyszany.
Employees want to be heard. They want their voice to be heard. They also want to be appreciated, and they want to make the difference. And through benefits, employers are able to mark the difference as well. And we also need to keep in mind about employees' values, needs, the need for autonomy. The need for agency. What are main challenges in terms of benefits, especially after the war in Ukraine, which sent inflation soaring? You work for a bank, so I have a question to you. Benefits in the context of working for a bank. You know, I know benefits from the backstage, so I have a very different perspective. But from the perspective of the employer, it's fair to say there are three main challenges. The first one is maintaining and keeping up a very open working environment. At Santander Bank, we have a very open working environment, which is appreciated by employees, but it's a challenge because we want the working environment, we want the organizational culture, encourage employees to stay with us, to stay with the organizations, and benefits aren't meant to be a pleasant add-on. We want to retain employees mainly through the atmosphere. The second challenge, we are a bank, so we have our branches, we have our head office. So finding customized benefits for employees who are scattered all over Poland, they work in very different environments. It's a major challenge because they have very varied needs. We will do our best to customize benefits offered to our employees, and I think the most challenging aspect
w miejscu, w którym rzeczywiście akurat tym się możemy pochwalić.
And this is something that makes us very proud. We have a wide range of benefits, and because people are getting used to good things very quickly, it's very difficult to maintain and keep up high satisfaction levels. So we focus on education, on reminding people what benefits we are offering, and we are always seeking for new opportunities. When I look at you and listen to you, I have an impression that we have representatives of two sectors which, while the pandemic lasted, have reported no losses: banks and healthcare. These are two vital sectors that helped us navigate through the crisis, and I'm also looking at a representative of PPK. I've discussed together with Robert Zapotoczny very often.
Nie mówię tutaj o sobie jako o telewizji polskiej oczywiście, ale są takie firmy, w których
there are companies which present you straight away with a contract, and they ask you to terminate your contract with PPK immediately, and very often you sign those contracts without reading. What can we do to avoid it? What can we do to make sure that employee capital plans are gaining foothold in Poland? What can we do to make sure that during our employment, the employee capital plan will draw candidates like a magnet? Well, before I respond to your question, I need to comment something I've heard just a minute ago. The biggest challenge in terms of workplace and work environment is the fact that economy is very diversified. Economy is not limited to healthcare, corporations and banks. 90% of GDP in Poland is generated by small, medium-sized and micro enterprises. You have mentioned problems related to this market. We represent giant corporations. We have very different capabilities than those on local markets. I don't want us to leave this panel believing that everything is great, that we can continue to expand health insurance, that we can diversify or respond to very different employee needs by forming new chess clubs. That's important, but we are talking about the select few, the elites, and you need to keep it in mind. I've worked for more than a decade for 4 banking groups, and I know how big a difference is between operations of very mature institutions and those which were recently established or are fighting for survival, where you need to fight for candidates and provide them something that verges on your capabilities. So that's my brief comment. Well, 10 years ago, I ventured for the very first time into this building, and I was offered 2 benefits, very tangible benefits: employee capital plan and extended medical insurance. Those options were available to employees of very different sectors and very different institutions. The Warsaw Stock Exchange and employee capital plan are tied together. We are promoting good practices only. Things you have mentioned, behaviors you have mentioned, are elements of bad practices, which are rife, of course. You need to read, you need to find out what the situation actually looks like. On our portal, you can find lots of information. I encourage everyone to visit it, not only to check your account and how much has been accumulated on it, how the figure's changing every month. Okay, I'm going to stop here because we have little time, but 2 major developments in the past decade: extended medical insurance, because previously we had very basic insurance. I know because I've joined such scheme, and employee capital plan, which is highly beneficial for employees. And hopefully by the end of the year, because together with the chairman we were discussing the level of assets, perhaps assets accumulated by managers of employee retirement plans will significantly go up and attract more participants of the scheme. I'm looking at our panelists. Perhaps there's someone who would like to take the floor before I ask the audience if they have any questions. Do you have any questions for this panel? Benefits and their impact for employers and employees. We have experts from very different fields, and you can ask them questions. Okay, I would like to comment on the employee capital plans, because I forgot to say that this is a major benefit, and we focus on it very much. We are a large holding, and we've joined the scheme in 2019. And 70% of our employees are covered by the scheme. I know the pandemic had massive impact on enrollment, but all our activities encourage people to join the scheme. I use a very simple comparison. If you save 100 zlotys, the company is going to add 75 zlotys. No bank is going to do that. So there is huge diversity in the hospitality sector, so I try to use simple visualizations. I use simple formulas because everyone needs to think about the future. I would like to make a comment as well. Looking at banks and insurance, so I know these are very different sectors. You all represent very big corporations with big budgets. Okay, we've heard what, in your opinion, is popular. I slightly disagree. I think popular benefits are those chosen by employees. Nevertheless, I do believe that benefits enable small and medium-sized enterprises. And I'm looking at Cesare, who is representing the Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers. It's a cheap investment, a relatively cheap investment that can be made by the employer to attract candidates on the labor market. You can use those solutions, I'm talking about small and medium-sized enterprises, to attract new talent. I don't want you to leave this room believing that benefits are only offered by large corporations. No, it's a tool that can be used by anyone, even SMEs, to compete for new talents on the labor market and fight to retain them, because they come and leave, don't they? Because, for example, other employers are offering even more benefits.
I just wanted to add to summarize that our obligation as employers is to educate our employees. In the Luxmed Group, this is what we deal with, that we are trying to positively impact our clients. And I'm going to say the following. In Poland, on average, Poles spend about 700 zlotys. Of course, an average is a big lie, small lie in statistics, but 700 for various types of things like alcohol, cigarettes, sugary drinks, which make us go to hospital or make us ill. Therefore, we are trying to make people aware and to carry out this educational campaigns that 30% of this amount, only 30% of the amount that is spent on average on alcohol and cigarettes and sugary drinks that make the probability of a disease appearing greater can be used for an insurance policy that will prevent it. Only 30% of this amount. And for the full package, actually, because we offer a full package and also smaller options. So education and prevention for us in the Luxmed Group is very important. And as employers, I think that we should also remember about the mission that we have. We should have it in our DNA. It would be great if every patient thought this way. Thank you very much for this panel, for this discussion, for these experiences and looking at it from various perspectives. Big applause.
Moi drodzy państwo,
And now, ladies and gentlemen, my benefit, because I give the floor to Mr. Michał Duniec.
prezes Analiz Online zaprosi
He's the CEO of Analizy Online, and he will invite you to the next panel.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Hello, welcome everyone. This is the last panel today.
Panel, do którego
The panel
ekspertów branży
that will include experts from the financial sector with a big representation or over-representation of people from investment
Zapraszam
funds.
serdecznie
I would like to welcome Professor Sebastian Buczek.
Jak będzie pan Sebastian tutaj wchodził do nas.
Maybe a few words while Mr. Sebastian
to 15 lat na rynku.
is joining us. Kirkus TFI is 15 years on the market. In March 2023, it had 15 years old anniversary. And what's interesting, Kirkus PFI is one of the greatest acquisition in the market of advisory or counseling throughout the last years. So the next person, Grzegorz Chłopek, Vice President of PKO, TFI,
aktywami, które wynoszą
responsible for assets that are 34 billion zlotys. And he's responsible for portfolio, all investors' portfolio of 750,000 people. And he has experience with PTE.
Prelegent, no właśnie nie wiem, czy pan...
The next speaker.
Przepraszamy za to. Mam nadzieję, że jeszcze dotrze. Mam na myśli pana Przemysława Gerszmana.
And also Mr. Przemysław Gerszman, Madam Marlena Janota, member of the executive board of the TFI.
Pozycja pod względem aktywów. Co ciekawe, jest to TFI, które ma
This is a TFI that has the greatest, the biggest assets on customers, on clients. This is how we calculate it. And also a person with great experience in the area of investment funds, working also in other companies earlier.
Z nami także pani
We also have Madam Izabela Kozakiewicz-Frańczak.
Również brawa.
And applause again.
Osoba wielu talentów.
A person of many talents, undoubtedly,
obszaru niż wcześniej.
from another area compared to the previous speakers. So, behavioral finances, research about the attitudes of investors, attitudes that are visible on the market, also in the context of the new class of assets that appear within the interests of investors, and also Mr. Marcin Żółtek, also on the board, but this time this is the board of the Polish insurance company, PZU, and this is yet another investment fund, 32 billion zlotys of assets, the second player insofar as the number of registers and assets gathered in PPK.
Promotor w pewnym sensie
and
indeksowego
promoter of
inwestowania w Polsce.
this type of investing in Poland through investment funds. My name is Michał Duniec. I'll moderate this panel. I encourage everyone to participate in the discussion. If Mr. Przemysław Gerszman appears, we'll allow him to join into our discussion, right? Well, the subject is difficult because we are supposed to talk about investment portfolios, and we all know that in this approach, talking about investment portfolios would be very difficult because I've checked before this panel, but because neither employee capital plans or employee retirement plans do not invest in Ukraine. There are some companies whose role in those portfolios is small. I would even say that we could overlook it. These are companies related to agriculture or broadly understood food production. Therefore, we have decided together that we should
Jak dzisiaj powinniśmy konstruować portfele?
steer to the side and think about how we should construct portfolio today, knowing what has changed within the last year or two insofar as long-term investing and building capital. I think that the main challenge today is pervasive inflation. And another important theme
Ta inflacja
is that this inflation
nie chce spowalniać. Mamy dzisiejsze dane.
doesn't want to slow down. We have information from UK that inflation is above expectations, so over 10%. In Poland, it's 16% inflation. So I would like to ask first Mr. Grzegorz Chłopek, who has long-term retirement experience. Do you see the need to change the approach to saving for retirement in the context of high inflation? maybe in the context of changing assumptions, because I think that bonds, for example, have very good interest rates today, and the retirement system was constructed in such a way that they wouldn't invest in bonds, but rather in shares. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for the invitation to the panel. The answer is very simple. I believe that you shouldn't change it from the point of view that we invest in this environment, which in the horizon of saving within decades is temporary. Yeah? It's a transition period. This is the first thing. And more important factor that should force us to change the investment approach is that we live longer, and we don't, however, we don't want to have a higher retirement age. We don't need to save money if we want to work longer, because if we work for 6 more years, we have as much money as people who were saving for 40 years. We live shorter. We save for additional 6 years, but what I pay attention to for a longer time already is that the assets that we gather for our retirement are not allocated in an optimal manner at all. Forgetting about the money that we keep in banks, bank placements, and how much on capital markets, but even if we have that on capital markets, well, this is not optimum, because 22% are shares and 78% are bonds, which places us, we are in a much worse situation compared to what Americans are doing, who choose capital market. And because there are more risk, but also in the longer term, thanks to diversification, it should bring a higher rate of return. So I pay attention to that. Unfortunately, the PPK were constructed in such a way, or the employee capital plans, we go down with allocation at the age of 60 years to the level of 7% in shares, while a 60 years old person has about 28-30 years life on average. So we would like to divide our money into this period to have a greater probability that it's going to be enough. This period should be actually even longer. So from this point of view, this allocation is not an optimal one, and we should concentrate on that. Now a question to Mr. Sebastian Buczek, who specializes in finding companies on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. Out of your perspective, is there in Poland a potential to gather and invest funds for retirement, for example, in employee capital plans? How do you approach it from your perspective? Hello, everyone. For sure, what happened last year is a fundamental change, and I mean war in Ukraine. This is a fundamental change. For many years, the geopolitical risk was very much limited on the market. It was neglected, and last year made us all aware that this is a risk factor that we cannot overlook, and we see that the world is changing. Unfortunately, it's going towards a negative direction because of political tensions, because we don't only have a conflict in Ukraine, but also potential Chinese-American conflict over Taiwan, for instance, although we always hope that a reasonable approach will win and such conflicts will not happen, because the price that has to be paid by us all for these conflicts is huge. Of course, there are also huge losses, human losses in the countries that experience military activities, but this is new phenomenon, and I think that this is more important than inflation that you've mentioned at the beginning, because inflation, at least I hope so, is a phenomenon which is temporary on the this is a result of several events, together with a huge liquidity pumped to the financial systems by all central banks in the years 2020, 2021, when we had pandemics. Additionally, war was added to that, very strong labor market, and probably several other phenomena. But I think, or I hope, that the inflation rate in subsequent months and in 2024 will be going down towards normal levels. However, insofar as geopolitical risk, I think that we'll have to live with it much longer, and it's going to be a phenomenon that we will have to live for many years, maybe. Now, insofar as the question about investing at the Warsaw Stock Exchange, we could say that there are a lot of interesting companies that are worth investing in the long term on the Warsaw Stock Exchange, which doesn't mean that we are not encouraging you to diversify, because what happened last year, of course, opens eyes of people who invest also for their retirement in order to invest some of the means in Polish assets and some of them abroad. For example, on the American market, which throughout the last 10 years was had the greatest level of interest. Now going back to the Polish market, for sure, it's worth it to invest on Polish market in SMEs, private companies. And I've checked that from the beginning of this year, the index of this segment of this market is on the level of plus 20%, although we only had 3 months and a few days since the beginning of the year. This index, SWIG, has grown 103%. And in 2022, we had a low. So there is a potential to invest money on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. We just have to carefully select companies we invest in. Unfortunately, we cannot say the same about big Polish companies, which are often in the hands of the state treasury. And this index WIG 20 is on the level of plus 6%, and for the last 10 years, minus 17%. So we could say that in Poland we have an economy divided into 2 parts. State economy, which is developing and it has its own rules, and private economy, which develops just as well as private economies in Western Europe or in the United States. And in this part of economy, this is where we should invest money, and there is a chance to have very good rates of return.
Okay, so when we are talking investments, Warsaw Stock Exchange, there are companies of 2 speeds. What is missing in your portfolio after the outburst of the war in Ukraine? Have you made any investment decisions that has changed your operating approach, because you don't buy stocks of some companies? Have you given up on anything? No. No, we haven't. But regrettably, there are negative phenomena happening on Warsaw Stock Exchange. Kernel is a company listed on Warsaw Stock Exchange, which is now being delisted. It's a very negative trend. Why? Because this company is registered in Luxembourg, in line with the laws of Luxembourg. So it's the board of directors which is making the decision. So there is a risk that this company will vanish from Warsaw Stock Exchange at very low price, what will bring losses for everyone who has shares in investment funds holding Kernel shares. There is a battle to increase the price of the listing, because the strategic investors investor has recommended the price, and I think that's the only visible after effect that took place after the war in Ukraine has started. Regrettably, it's a negative one. But in terms of investment policy, I would rather focus on the need to diversify. It made us and participants of the market realize that some of the assets must be invested outside Poland, because we need assets that are resilient to increase geopolitical risk in our region. Okay, kernel, I've Googled it, 123 million, 12 million, no, 1 million, 500,000 and 12 million. Well, it's not a major issue for retirement plans, but the listing is certainly very bad news for the stock exchange. Okay, we are going to change the topic, but we are going to revisit the listing. A question to Marlena Jenota, who is watching behaviors of investors? Santander Bank has an open platform, what means that you can buy and sell shares anytime. It may be important piece of news. Do you think people are panicking when things go awry? Do you think they are restructuring in the heat of the moment their portfolios? Yes, there was the effect of panic, but everything depends on the experience of investors. If you have years of experience behind you, I'm not saying that you should be with us since 2008, but you should have some experience beyond the war in Ukraine. And experienced and savvy investors were definitely calmer. We did not see panic. Change in allocation, which is possible, but it's a rare sight. At employee capital plans last year, and we know it all, was very challenging for investment funds, which had negative sales, net sales. People were selling rather than buying. This trend was reversed this year, but customers remain very prudent. They opt for short time frames and very low risk. And what we see in terms of retirement products and reactions, how long the customer stays with the retirement products will definitely longer than with ordinary products. So many customers did not opt out. So participants who still have investments in the basic scheme, and they usually stay with us for 6 years versus 8 years into retirement plans. So you can see that product class itself or product designation extends time horizons. So it's an insight which may be obvious, but it's also backed by figures, very specific ones. And there is another difference, and it's independent from what is happening on the market. It's the after effect of, it's tied to gender, and women are more prudent in their choices. They opt for different products than shares. You know, that's the characteristics of basic and retirement products, exclusive of employee capital plans, where you are divided by the date of birth. So undoubtedly, market developments have an impact impact on participants who opt out before the end of contract, and more seasoned players stay with us, but it has an impact on the structure of acquisitions. Debentures are most popular since last year, short-term, not long-term, not treasury bonds or corporate bonds. They are no longer popular. Two people are smiling as if they wanted to comment. Okay, so over to Isabella, because we've touched on gender. Women demonstrate a very different attitude and approach to decision-making. 8 years, I think, I think that's wrong. Those products are not that old. The customers will be staying us for a longer period of time, but in the future. Okay, Isabella, I know findings of research proves that women and investment funds are prudent into investments. I was smiling because, we could have a great conversation if only two of us were sitting here. Well, last year we've conducted research into investments in Poland and later into female investments in Poland. Right now we are working on a new edition of this study, and I look forward to see this year's results. We looked at the investment portfolio, reasons behind investments, and it was also very exciting to find out that women and men have different very approach to investing. We've also analyzed two groups, players who are active on the investment market, who, especially women, have a lower propensity to take risk than men. And the second group we've analyzed are people who are not active on the investment market. Differences were also noted for different classes of assets. Women tend to invest in real estate. I'm talking about, very different classes of assets, but they are tempted by real estate. There were also questions in the survey, why would you invest? That was a question addressed to people who are not making investments. And from the perspective of retirement products, ladies were definitely more likely to answer that I want to invest to make sure I have money for the future, to ensure safety and security for my kids. There were also differences in how we perceive geopolitical situation at the beginning of the war, because the research was conducted last May, so when the war in Ukraine started, but it was fairly new. And, reasons were very visible. Men indicated that we invest as usual, we are rather prudent, but we are active, and women responded, no, we are not investing at the moment, so overwhelmed by emotions, women stop investing, yes. So considering the context, my question is, are they returning to investments or they stick to this decision for longer? No, they return to the investment market. I can't comment on this year's findings because the results will be published in 2 months' time. We organize conferences, and you can also see, these are rather insights than official results of qualitative or quantitative research. But you can see that women are investing in real estate overseas. We are seeking for homes and properties in countries with a stable geopolitical situation. It's a very interesting moment in time, especially last year and the year before, because we had the outbreak of the pandemic, followed by war in Ukraine. It was an eye-opener for individual investors. It made us realize that our portfolio must be diversified not only structurally, but also geographically. And that's a good thing, because this is the perfect timing for education of investors. I have other two questions which tie to what we've just discussed. So are people more ready to invest outside Poland when the war in Ukraine started? Well, definitely yes. In terms of real estate, we are a nation which knows everything about real estate. We are searching for properties, we know a lot about them, and we also seek for ETF. We are investing in foreign shares, and it's very visible. You see it in the media when you attend conferences that we are seeking for information. And another similar question, do you see in research findings, do you think that retirement investments should support reconstruction of Ukraine? Has this topic popped up? Do you have any data? No, it was not a research topic, but reconstruction of Ukraine is discussed in the media. And when you look at online education, and we are very committed to education online. There is huge interest. Is it the interest of investors? Not really. Investors and businesses are interested in potential return on investment on reconstruction of Ukraine. Is it going to pay off more than conventional investments? And yes, in the media, it's a very hot topic, so probably investors will be considering it as an option. You know, I don't want to use the word, how can I benefit on this situation, because it's not the right word to use, but you know, what's in for me, Marcin, can the retirement portfolio support reconstruction of Ukraine? I think I've been reiterating it time and time again. I believe that the main objective of retirement savings is to provide retirement benefits, not to support Polish economy or to support reconstruction of Ukraine, but to ensure decent pension to our customers. That's why I'm afraid that money we have at employee capital plans or employee retirement plans, should they be used for reconstruction of Ukraine? I do admire the heroism of Ukrainians, but we need to think differently. Well, of course, there are entities in Poland which will probably benefit from reconstruction of Ukraine, and there is, I will throw in a caveat, nothing is certain so far. The war continues, the war is stagnating, but you know, there is a long way to go before we start rebuilding Ukraine, and there will be certainly entities that will benefit from the process, but there will be higher risk embedded in those investments. Also because we will be potentially rebuilding a country torn by war, and regrettably we need to keep it in mind, before the war this country, its democratic institutions, its investment security was a far cry from standards we expect.
This is why I think, and this should be the objective within thinking about how Polish enterprises can participate in it, is for us to try, and it would be the best solution most probably, to use not our capital, but someone else's capital. There was information today, I think, that Sersanit got 42 million euro from IBOR as capital for the development of their activities in Ukraine. So this is the path that we should take from EBRD. So we should get the base capital from institutions that are created for that, and later we should use it for multiplying our savings. But this will be the capital with investments of high risk. So I would be very careful insofar as investing the money for our retirement.
Sposób widoczny.
And insofar as
w inwestycjach, czy implementowane do inwestycji.
Implementing to investments from the level of retirement investing SSG, is this in accordance to investing in Ukraine or in opposition? I would be a greater optimist here. So from point of view of the S letter, it's difficult to have a better example. Oh, this is the social responsibility or social involvement, social engagement. CSI. And we could be an optimist insofar as environmental protection or security. It would be a great chance for Ukraine to recover, rebuild their industry and economy in a way which is in accordance to environmental requirements obligatory in the EU. Because if we accept the fact that Ukraine is supposed to one day join the EU, this is the best path. Then we won't maybe invest in the enterprises that are green already today, but they will undertake this path. And this is the goal of the investments that support environmental safety. So we are trying to improve the standards, improve the indicators that are today through our investments. I'm sorry if I may add, we have the case of Kernel on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. For sure, it's not going to encourage us to invest in Ukraine because the risk
Delistingu kolejnych spółek rośnie, czy jest wysokie, jasne.
of the listing of other companies will go up. Yes, I think that we'll be very careful looking at this market, very cautious insofar as the money, our clients' money, also the entities that manage future pensions of Poles. I think that this if the listing happens, we'll be even more cautious. I agree with Sebastian, but it's worth to say that Kernel is a Luxembourg company. It's a company registered in Luxembourg, and the delisting is happening according to the rules that are binding in Luxembourg, but not according to the market rules and not according to the CSI matters. But we had a similar case of a company constructing cinemas. They wanted to withdraw from the stock exchange, not fully according to the expectations that we had towards them, and it was not a Ukrainian company. But unfortunately, because we are talking about Ukraine right now, this for sure will not help in perceiving Ukraine as a safe place where we should put Polish money. It's a red flag, the listing and this whole story. Well, it depends how you interpret it in details, but as a rule, this is a red flag. And now the Polish Stock Exchange, are the companies, entities that you would prefer or point to as those that with which you could make money? Well, make money for the pensioners, of course, generate profits that can benefit from the reconstruction of Ukraine. I'm going to agree with Marcin that unfortunately this is too early still, and we should just concentrate for now to end the war, and this should be the first goal, and not pondering how to make money on whatever happens afterwards. But for sure, the sector which is often selected by investors as the one potentially beneficial of a positive scenario of the end of the war is the construction sector, broadly understood, because of the amount of destruction in Ukraine. And this covers both construction companies, including the largest one, which is also a listed company, Budimex, but also many companies that work close to the construction sector. For example, on the Warsaw Stock Exchange, I don't know if you know, we have a company listed which is specialized in equipment which is used for the construction of bridges, and it historically had constructions in Poland and in Ukraine. So such entities, there are, I don't know, dozen plus for sure on the Warsaw Stock Company. So for sure, investors will be looking at those companies very closely. Thank you very much. So those guaranteed by the entity, by American bank, Polish institution, IMF. Can an instrument like that be included in the retirement portfolio with a coupon, and the issue of it is for the reconstruction or recovery? If we have bonds that
wpływy są przeznaczone na jakiś konkretny cel,
and it's intended for a specific objective, even if this objective is very risky, but at the same time there is a guarantee. We know that we analyze
jeżeli gwarancja będzie bardzo dobra, no to nie ma przeciwwskazania do tego, żeby
guarantee, and if the guarantee is good, then there is no problem with such debentures or bonds to be in a portfolio, and the guarantor will be deciding what type of risk they or what type of spread that the investors will invest in such bonds.
Część portfela emerytalnego,
For sure, some of the retirement portfolio, any product like funds that are intended for employee capital plans or employee retirement plans, or in open pension funds, can be invested in a longer term in an instrument which is not as liquid in case of bonds for buyout. This is quite simple. Why? Because answering one of the questions asked before,
z naszych doświadczeń wynika, że w ubiegłym roku jedynymi produktami,
we have experienced that the only products that had positive influx were only retirement products. So, like PPK, PPA, employee capital plans, employee retirement plans, etc. These are very strong in the West. In Poland, well, as we know, after a difficult history of open pension funds scandals, we'll have to devote years to restore trust to such products. I'm keeping my fingers crossed so that no one starts to do anything with employee capital plans. So far, we can see that the sentiment to employee capital plans is growing, and we can see the first results. I just would like to add that any negative changes in PPK, employee capital plans, in my opinion, will change the trust of Poles. We remember Minister Rostkowski in 2014, who took not only some of the open pension funds assets, but he impacted dramatically low trust of Poles in long-term retirement savings. So we owe it to him. I just wanted to add something insofar as that those infrastructural investments and those less obvious obvious non-public investments that could be included in retirement portfolio. We have a discussion like that in our community, discussion about the change, and it would be the only desired change of the law, namely broadening the investment possibilities. But we have to remember the base, which is only starting to be built, the foundation. And if we add all retirement products, like employee capital plans, employee retirement plans, and other, we have about 200 billion zlotys, and we are not going to send to Ukraine even 10% from that. I mean here, open pension funds, all of them, including open pension funds, it's going to be about 200 billion zlotys. So you're saying we should not be investing? Yes, this is the mathematics. But this is here and now, this foundation or this base is growing. The base of open pension funds is not growing, no, but retirement products are growing. We have a lot of hope for PPK that it's going to continue to grow. It's a matter of time only.
Muszę się wyrwać, bo po pierwsze OFE nie zaliczam w tej chwili już do takiego produktu emerytalnego. On inwestuje oczywiście na rynku kapitałowym, ale w założeniu otwartych funduszy emerytalnych
So the assumptions of open pension fund, there is
w prosty sposób definiuje, że będziemy mieli z tej części wypłacane
a solution defining that from this part will have means paid out from the first pillar, let's call it like that.
No powiedzmy, że w ubiegłym roku
And last year I did the comparison, but these statistics didn't change much. Last year, the ratio of the value which has been accounted on other accounts in the first pillar, including the initial capital and sub-accounts, plus open pension funds and all the other products that are defined as quasi-retirement products, it's 100 versus 1. So we could say that we have a lot to be done. And answering the question, yes, we have a potential for something to happen. Thank you.
Chyba nazywa inwestycje alternatywne, jeżeli chodzi o ten.
This is called alternative investments, I think. Now the question to Madam Isabella: what are people interested in insofar as savings? What are they searching for? What type of information? Insofar as alternative, well, investments other than
No to załóżmy, że ETF-y nie są alternatywne, powiedziała pani. Nieruchomości
investment funds.
zagraniczne to też nie są chyba alternatywne instrumenty.
Foreign real estate is also not alternative instrument. Are there any other instruments? It's true that last year we started to invest in foreign properties. It shows that we have this ability to search, which is, well, I'm happy about that because it proves that if we can do skillfully this investors' education, they can do more and also choose various retirement instruments. Now going back to alternative investments, there's not much to say. Despite the drops on the cryptocurrencies market, polls look at that market very much. I wouldn't say that I'm happy about that, because we can see that we don't have alternatives that we would like to see. Maybe this is also the behavioral aspect of looking at people, that maybe I can jump over the market and make a little bit more money. So it's a bit hurtful that we have no vision of diversification of the portfolio and no long-term thinking about the portfolio. But I'm going to say one thing. What we see insofar as the inflation and how in its perspective we are starting to look at various asset classes, this is a great opportunity. We are starting to look at these assets with a more sober eye, because so far we had money just hid under the bed and we were just putting some aside. We are thinking, okay, we have it in a deposit, some years have passed, okay, they're going to be sitting there in the deposit And now we are starting to open our eyes, really. And I think that this is a time when we are starting to open our eyes not only to those classes of assets that are the best for an average investor, especially the ones that are just entering the investment market, but this doesn't change the fact that we are looking also at cryptocurrencies. From the perspective of our law, there is no possibility to build exposure to cryptocurrencies in open pension funds or other products. You can do it? No, I've heard that you can do it, yes? Well, in Poland, for sure, there is no such possibility, but there are investment banks in the world who do offer such products to their clients, to their customers, and we have a lot of reservations to that because, as you know, everyone wants to operate according to CSI, and cryptocurrencies is a huge use of electrical energy, and the number of illegal transactions with these instruments most probably exceeds all levels. But the best investment banks use this instrument as another toy, if we may call it, for investors. Even recently, I noticed that one of the financial centers, I don't know if Singapore or some other far from Europe, wants to become a center of cryptocurrencies, concentrated on cryptocurrencies in future. And in my opinion, this is in opposition to the basic rules that are currently obligatory, like the environmental social governance, ESG. So I'm wondering how is it being explained if someone asks. I just wanted to comment why Poles are so much interested in cryptocurrencies. Of course, this is a simplification, but this is an instrument that raises a lot of emotions because people remember that you could have made huge amounts of money. Not many people remember that you could have lose a lot of money, but this is in human nature. But there are a lot of emotions related to that. It's difficult to show an instrument with such a big variability, volatility, and people think, yeah, I'll invest 100 zlotys and I'm going to live in prosperity. I'm a big fan of our research and because of your research and because you repeat your research, and I'm very happy because maybe we'll start to look at Poles as investors and how they change. But one reservation, it's great that we see the examples of those behaviors, but I think that we forgot about what you said at the beginning, that you've divided the subjects into two groups, those who invest and those who don't. And now relating to what Marlena said and the earlier panels, the dominating group are those who do not invest. I don't know how it is in your company, but if I look at our participants, 13% have logged onto the portal, onto the website, where they can check how much they have in the employee capital plan. So the fact that they didn't take decisions when the war, that there was the outbreak of the war, resulted from the simple fact that they are not interested at all. And this is the barrier that we have to break through in communication, overcome in communication, so we are able to conduct dialogue about how we should shape our retirement savings, because for now we are just speaking to the empty room.
Okay, so you think more people logged in? Well, all owners of individual retirement accounts are active. They are logging in to check how much money they have accumulated on their accounts. So your claim that with long-term investment horizons, you're less interested, I think it's wrong, but I do agree that we have a major responsibility to outreach most people who are members of employee capital plans to mobilize them. And about people who fail to invest, I think a very intriguing response to the question, what would prompt you to make the first investment decision? 70% responded inflation protection or inflation cover. I think it's the right time today to prompt them and make them interested. And let me add, the Act on Employee Capital Plans, which is left unchanged. Recently, I've been asked very often by members of the scheme who are also employees of my capital group. They ask me, I've paid out, I withdrew from the plan, and can I pay the money back to the scheme? Yes, they can. If they decide they want to rejoin the program because they realize this is the cheapest investment products, they are free to do that. And perhaps we could stop and think together about amending the Act. I think there was an idea like that being discussed at the Parliament. I'm sorry. The mic was off for a minute. No, I'm sorry, someone is speaking from the floor and is not using the microphone. Okay, a note for Marcin. People fail to remember how much they could lose if they invested in cryptocurrency. I'm not fond of those investments, but it's a positive function of human brain. We tend to forget failures. It's good because, you know, when we fall as children, we would never get up again. And secondly, someone said that few people logged in. Well, it hurts. Yes, it does. But knowing standards of financial education in Poland, I know they probably don't remember that they've opted for a pension scheme and they've never opted out, so that's good. Very often you ask people, are you putting money away for your retirement? And, you know, people look at you and say no. And then you ask them, have you logged into your individual account? And they say, no, do I have one? So that's good. Many of them have not opted out. This March, many people have realized there is money out there that can be paid out, and many of them paid out money from individual retirement accounts. I think in 2022, 20-something million were paid out. Last March, it was 75 million, and this figure is going down. So apparently people do not remember they have savings, and they stay with the scheme. Well, Marcin said that few people log in. I do agree with Grzegorz. That's good. Because regrettably,
If
there was bull market, you know, you would see money going in and out. 90% of people are not aware and do not like to make difficult decisions. It's another brain functions. We are wired this way. Well, in terms of investments, lack of awareness helps sometimes because you are avoiding the most fundamental problems and mistakes committed by investment fund customers who, overwhelmed by emotions in the heat of the moment, they read headlines and they make investment decisions based on that, usually poor. And I'm not only saying this is characteristic for Polish customers. It's the same all over the world. And about cryptocurrencies, it's plus 73% from the beginning of the year. How does it sound to you? It is stirring interest. And if you look that if in the past decade Bitcoin is plus 23,000. So it balloons interest of speculative investors who are keen to benefit from speculative instruments. I've attended a conference, and the role of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency was portrayed differently. Money is leaving Ukraine. How? In Bitcoins, in cryptocurrencies. You know, it's an interesting link with Ukraine. But brokerage houses revealed that recently Poles are keen to take up major risk, especially in terms of retirement products. For example, ETFs are very popular in Poland. And for example, in terms of retirement funds, investors are not keen to change allocations or change previously taken decisions. We have very little time left, and the most important question of today, the question about auto-enrollment, and I hope that Marcin will answer this question. Well, we've heard that things are not that rosy in March. That's what Grzegorz said before. Are things good or bad in terms of auto-enrollment? Are we going to reach 40%? What do you think? Okay, from 34, no, 35%. Are we going to reach 40? I think we will. Okay, so we are halfway there, and I've decided to prepare data. In 2022, we had roughly, on average, unique employee capital plan accounts, 507,000 of them. Marcin is working heavily to keep up with us. But I wanted to illustrate the sheer scale. In January, 505,000, 513 in February. The figure dropped by 10% in March. What happened? Many employers have said that it's such mess. It's such difficult to submit a file, a declaration that we are going to pay double the rate in April. What probably should prompt us to simplify declarations. In April, and as of the 17th of April, we have the record-breaking number of payments to accounts. I'm counting unique accounts, not the number of payments, meaning that if you have been working for two companies, it's a single account. Okay, so we do hope that this month we will have 665,000, about 15% more, but probably in May, suddenly people will realize that they've received less money because someone has paid something for them. They will probably pay out money, so I think we will have an increase by 20%. Okay, it's a great function of auto-enrollment. Okay, so 7 percentage points, yes, up by 20%. Yes, 7 percentage points. And there is a chance that we will go and reach the level of 8 to 9%. I'm quoting data of PFR. 70% of people who pay out money to not opt out from the scheme, they have realized it's regular income, a pay rise. Okay, thank you very much, Marcin. Could you throw in your stats? Okay, a nudge to co-panelists, because you said there's no point in communicating with the customers because they will know you have not been attending this conference, and two excellent panels which highlighted how important it is for the customer who is saving money for retirement to understand how this pension and the retirement scheme works, how important it is. I've never said it. I said being not aware helps sometimes. Okay, so we've had something completely different. In order to have a robust retirement scheme, people need to understand how it works. And I have very similar figures like Grzegorz. It's going to be roughly about 20%, so it's much better than I thought, but my fears were prompted by what I've heard from Professor Szczepański at the retirement scheme conference in Poznań. Turkey has not given us a good example. I think we're faring better as Poland. But inflation is high in Turkey, yes, but there are many similarities. Retirement reform, low confidence to the state. We've had, many similarities overall, and we need to look at auto-enrollment again, and I think PFR has got a major role to play, and see what could be done better. And I do agree with Grzegorz that probably in May we are going to take stock. People will be making 2 payments, and they will probably stay with us. But I would wait until May. Let me just add, regarding your previous comment, when we were watching developments in the media, in social media, when auto-enrollment was introduced, everyone gasped, "Oh, my money is being taken away from me again." So insights from bulletin boards are as follows. Discussions headed in the right direction. Gradually, we have managed, most threads made people realize that it pays off, that it's worth it. So, it is education. It prompted, it was an eye-opener for the market. I'm not a practitioner, but I do see reactions. You've mentioned negative ones. People were not very happy. But, if those people actually have employee capital plans and, they usually have 90 or 100% more money than they paid, it's very difficult to opt out, is it? Marlena, what about you?
Będę się posługiwała umowami o prowadzenie.
Okay, I will use the term contracts because considering the characteristics of our base, which covers SMEs, we have assumed that we will have 15% more contracts month to month from the end of February until the end of March, and we have 17% more contracts. So the question is, how many contracts will be actually realized? And I hope that at least 2/3. But, we will see that in late May. I'm mentioning contracts, not accounts, because I have a customer, an official customer, who is making regular payouts, and after education, when we outreach all employee capital plan customers, perhaps he will no longer withdraw money. Perhaps something will be left on the account until Christmas, possibly. Okay, so we have reached our target. I think it's going to be a result plus 16 to 20%, and let's keep fingers crossed that our investors keep money on accounts. Well, you know, this is big money even for the Warsaw Stock Exchange. I think it was 400 million zlotys from the state treasury alone, from the Labour Fund alone. And last but not least, a short yes or no reply. Okay, one comment about auto enrollment. At employee capital plans, you can do one thing, but you can withdraw money. You can't select the financial institution which has a contract with the employer unless you change the employer. Otherwise, you can't.
But
the entire campaign about this entry in the media was disaster. First day I go to work and there is a notification in the news that today you can give up on PPK, 31st of March, and today is the last day that you can opt out of PPK. So nothing changes. You can do it also on the 1st of April. Well, not all media, but I'm talking about the fact that this was dramatic, this was a disaster, that in all news on the radio, this information was repeated. But to be honest, there is no difference between the 1st of April or 31st of March. Well, the 1st of April is April's Fool. As an anecdote, we can smile, but it's not funny. One of the colleagues on one days in March, he said, I've read in the newspaper that it's worth to opt out because I increase my sub-account in ZUS, which is the National Health Insurance Company. And this is a drama. We shouldn't do such things at all. This message, it was not a campaign. A campaign was done by PFR and all of us together, and all other things were just some news in the media. And when I found a journalist who asked me and he wanted to include it in his news, I tried to educate him, but this was a very narrow scale within the conversation one-on-one. Unfortunately, we cannot continue on this subject, but a very short theme that I would like to include. We've talked about it before the panel. We have the issue of the listing. We have the issue of open pension fund, kind of zipper or slider. So this is spread in time.
Krótkich, dosłownie 5-sekundowych, 10-sekundowych wypowiedzi, zapytać po kolei, co państwo o tym sądzą.
And I would like to ask you, what do you think about it? Is this a problem, this slider, a problem for the Warsaw Stock Exchange? I have short statistic. The Velia company, 10 open pension funds. There will be less of them now because there have been consolidation. 78% of the company is within pension funds. Another company, 6 open pension funds, and also many have retirement funds. And there are many, many cases like that. Kenty, very important entity, VIC 2020, open pension funds, 67%. Sebastian, very shortly and we finish. Just a short statement. So the fact that retirement slider mechanism is not solved, is it a threat that their price will go down because the supply of open pension funds, because of the supply and not foundation? this is not a problem for this year, but in future it's going to be a problem. And what we are afraid of is that the state treasury will have impact on many companies that are listed on the stock exchange, and statistics insofar as those companies have already given you those statistics within 10 years, minus 17%. It's not that open pension funds will be selling these companies. They'll have to be selling them finally. But if the companies from SVIC, 66% or 2/3, let's say, of the capital gathered in open pension funds, the time of opting out with the participation with every session, 20% is 10 or 11 plus years. And for smaller companies from outside of SVIC is 90% of their value. It's 10 years plus, then I expect that a more effective way to opt out by the open pension fund is to find a strategic buyer who will strive at delisting. And this until 2020, I've worked in company that was managing the largest open pension fund, and this was one of the strategies that we had to consider at that time. We had to search for strategic investors. Very shortly, it wasn't very short. If you could speak shortly, it was short for me.
To na pewno jest poważny problem, ale
For
najważniejsze...
sure, this is a serious problem, but the most important thing is that we can mitigate it easily. We don't have to make any drastic changes. It's enough to prolong the slider a little bit, so this money is transferred for longer than 10 years, and this problem will be decreased significantly. And I don't believe that there will be a brave person who will come and solve the problem, the issue of open pension funds, but such things can easily improve situation on the Polish stock exchange, and it's worth to take care of it. Calculations of Kamil Sobolewski are available, and you can see what will happen if we prolong it by 5 years. It improves situation. Thank you. Well, the conclusions from this panel, I think, are the following. Insofar as retirement investments, Ukraine itself, well, the situation with the war in Ukraine didn't impact how we allocate means, because nothing hasn't changed pretty much insofar as the attitudes of investors. What's important insofar as retirement money, it's difficult to imagine that they will be used for the reconstruction of Ukraine, but there are companies on the Warsaw Stock Exchange that can tap into that significantly. Insofar as the attitudes of investors, for sure they are interested in various classes of assets. However, insofar as pensions, they can't or they will not be in the portfolios of the funds. Insofar as automatic it's not so bad. 7.7% auto-enrollment, 7 percentage points up. If we take it from 45 participations that we have had so far. Thank you for your patience, for your participation. I would like to thank all participants, Mr. Sebastian Buczek, Grzegorz Chłopek from PKO TFI, Marlene Janota, member of the Executive Board of Santander TFI, Madam Izabela Kozakiewicz-Frańczak, who has 3 roles, actually, so I'm going to list just one. Polak investor, and I'm going to list my most important. So, Trumpki on the stock exchange. And Mr. Marcin Żółtek, the Vice President of TFI PZU. Thank you very much.
A panel poprowadził pan Michał Duniec, prezes Analizy Online. Bardzo dziękujemy.
And the moderator was Mr. Michał Duniec, the president, the CEO of Analizy Online. Thank you very much. And this is almost the end of our conference. This is time now for summary and conclusions. I would like to ask Mr. Robert Zapotoczny to close our today's meeting.
Po pierwsze, chciałbym podziękować
First
uczestnikom
of all, I would like to thank the participants of the last panel
wszystkim, którzy do tej
and
pory
all
pozostali
those
na sali.
who
Dziękuję
have
za
stayed in the
wytrwałość,
room. Thank you
za
for being so
energię, za
patient,
entuzjazm, za to, że jesteście
for being so
państwo z nami.
energetic and enthusiastic, for
Chciałbym
being
dzisiaj
with us.
ogłosić,
I would
że
like
jeżeli
to
wojna na Ukrainie,
say already today that if the war,
jeżeli
or
wszystkie
rather,
zewnętrzne
if all
czynniki
external
nie będą nam
factors
przeszkadzać,
won't
to za
be
rok,
interfering, then next year, about the same time, we would like to invite you to the same place. I would like to thank especially our guests from abroad. I would like to thank Immaculada, Jesus Maria, Jose, Giga, Roberto,
I oczywiście
and of
Seda,
course
która
Seda.
od tej strony do tej. Seda, bardzo dziękuję.
Seda,
Dziękuję
thank you
wam za to,
very,
że
very much.
znaleźliście
Thank you
czas,
for
że chcieliście ten czas z
finding
nami
time,
spędzić,
for wanting to spend this time with us, that you have put a lot of engagement, commitment into that. So thank you very much once again.
To ja jeszcze ze swojej strony bardzo
I
chciałam
just wanted
podziękować
to
jako
thank you
pracownik
very much as an employee
dużej
of a
korporacji.
big
Jestem bardzo wdzięczna za ten
corporation.
czas z
I'm
Państwem
very
spędzony, szczególnie w tym
grateful for the time we've spent together, especially in this international group that gives a lot insofar as various points of view. So I invite you again next year. And all the best also to Mr. Robert Zapotoczny. Have a great day.